Good morning. Good morning, Cooterville. Happy Friday. What a nice intro, huh? It's a good day. It's almost the weekend if you're at work and you only got a few more hours to go. I'm here to get you through those hours. Welcome in and welcome back. Thank you, moderators, for being here. It is Friday, November 21st. Can you guys believe it? Thanksgiving's just around the corner. All kinds of stuff. And then Christmas. Who's going to be doing some Christmas shopping Black Friday? Me. I want to do a shout out real quick. Is Crimeology here? I don't know if she's here or if she's busy this morning, but I got an Amazon package this morning and I opened it and I had the softest, bestest his and hers throws for me and G-Dog. I am very, very grateful for that. I've been wanting some nice throws. And she shocked me with them today. So thank you so much, Crimeology. Globalism is here. Hey, Global. Hey, Kylie. Hey, Hawkeye. Good to see y'all, Crash. So I have a little surprise this Friday. We're going to play a new game called Jingo. I'm not quite sure we've played Jingo yet here. But this interview, I skimmed through it. It really isn't huge as far as John and Stacey go. However, knowing what I know about this case, I'm kind of colliding two worlds, if you will, because we found out in the probable cause affidavit what actually happened, and he's going to tell this story a year ago. So it's kind of got double meaning for me in the sense that he tells the story, but also we get John's, reaction. Which I do, from my initial response, I feel like John was a little shook. But I'm not sure. Yeah, fuck all that drama. But I do know the Michael Monkey Vaughn case pretty well. I've covered it for several years, watching the updates, watching the interviews with the suspects and things like that. So I think that we're going to have like a double whammy, if you will, of the story and John taking in, his childhood. Stacey's going to tell us about his childhood. It ain't pretty. It's fucking gross. He's gross all around, just bleh. You might want to have to shower after this stream. So with that being said, I'm going to pull up our Jingo board and go over it. Now is a great time to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. So I, again, have never seen this. But here is our Jingo board. Are you ready? We have Picks Up Book, Stacey Spits, John's Tongue. This is probably one of the grossest boards I've had to make. Hey, Sane. John Gets Ignored. Hey, Megan. Swallow Staples. Yes. Swallow Staples. Parole. Cowarded Down. Lies. Group homes. A weird question is asked. Talking about high school football. Throwing that pigskin. Connecting on that high school football level. Yikes. Asks medical history. That's a little scary. John plays doctor. Which, speaking of John playing doctor, I got something I want to show y'all before we actually get into the game, but we'll get back to that. Spit sound. Bull riding. YouTube premium. John makes eye contact with us, the audience. Snorts snot. Can't perform. I mean, you can't make this up, okay? Tip to share, welcome for the sub. TMI, which there's a lot of TMIs, so we'll have to pick a special TMI for the box, okay? Looks away, which means Stacey. Okay, Stacey looks away. You guys are all barfing in chat. More lies, because I couldn't find any more things that weren't gross. WTF, which is like a what the fuck moment. Hawkeyes, thank you for coming in from Crushes. And a huge red flag. So you guys can be the choices of the what the fuck moment, the TMI, the more lies, and the red flag. They're pretty much open for your interpretation, if you will. So welcome in, welcome in. Let me show you what I wanted to show you really quick. This was emailed to me overnight. Well, actually, I don't know when I got it. I saw it overnight, or I saw it this morning. So we have some more documentation. Okay, so this is an email that on Monday, November 17th, this person received from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And this was a public record request for Dr. John. I'll read it. So it says, Dear Blank, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas received your request for, and it says, I am requesting copies of any agreement, contract, letter of intent, offer letter, or any document relating to any employment between the university and persons named John Matthias between the years of 1990 and 2025. If any persons matching the above name was employed in any capacity by the university for any period of time within the years listed above, please provide any documentation supporting that. This could be an offer of employment letter, a contract, or any other university document, noting the above named persons was employed by the university at any point within the named range of dates above. After thorough search and review, UNLV has determined there are no records responsive to your request. This was November 17th. Now, I want to take it a little bit further and tell you that this person made a phone call to clarify if there was any volunteer, meaning non-paid positions held by Dr. John. They were told no. That documentation is going to be coming, from what I'm told. True Crime Kate has a really good question. Has anyone actually got any records that he's testified as an expert in court? Not that I have seen. Not that I have seen. And it's very interesting, right? So they said that there was no volunteer history, but they are going to provide that documentation. They're getting it in writing. And they said that they will provide that to me when they get it. That's an excellent question. I mean, you should be able to find cases that he was involved in by a simple search, I would think. So it'll be interesting to see the next documentation that comes from the university, being that he's claiming, he's mentoring and doing all kinds of things. Dr. Macy said someone asked the UNLV Reddit, and a current student confirmed that it's normal to have an adjunct volunteer, and his practicum is available to students. Idiot Wind says, oh my God, I've looked and looked, actually been looking since Delphi and found nothing. I mean, you would think that in his resume, he would be comfortable stating what cases he was involved in, because they named them as high profile cases. That's what I'm hearing, Marissa Monroe. Now, this person said they're going to send me documentation that he did not volunteer. So we'll wait for that to actually confirm it. But that is the word. That is the word. And they got this, like I said, November 17th, which was just this past Monday. Their request came back with no records. So that's actually quite interesting. We'll see what happens with the other. And you should be able to find if he testified in, federal high profile cases, or he should be giving that information, in my opinion. Like, why wouldn't you boast? They sure do, Hossein. Really grosses me out. They gave Wondra a platform. I think they thought they were going to break the case. Right. Well, there's a lot of people that gave Wondra a platform, and whoever's birthday it was today.
Happy birthday, baby.
They got married on his birthday. It was the first birthday they spent together. Well, we saw yesterday in the Mormon things that we read, the Mormon men, she was talking about wanting to get married. Penny. Yeah, I mean, if he has all these credentials, you should be able to find it other than just on their self-made programs or, things, their self-made websites. Yeah, I couldn't find much either. I may have a lead on John Matthias's volunteer work and how it may have played some role in UNLV psych doctoral work. His own PhD was financed by the Andre Agassi Foundation. That's wild that you found that, because what is his affiliation with the Andre Agassi Foundation? Belinda Buckner, happy birthday. Because do you guys remember when Lauren showed up for a live and she was wearing a Wimbledon shirt? How are they affiliated with Andre Agassi and all that? Like, what? Why would Andre Agassi fund anything for him? Oh, Sophia, are you feeling under the weather? I'm sorry. Why would Andre Agassi have anything to do with this guy? This is weird, isn't it? Shit. Makes me want to go put on my old Stan Smiths, play some tennis. Oh, Andre Agassi is a UNLV alumni. Oh, is he Mormon? God. Is Andre Agassi Mormon? Crazy Mom Nat said, I asked ChatGPT what trials Dr. John Matthias was an expert witness for. Nothing. Not one trial. Hey, Tara. Yeah, what prisons does he do things for? There's a lot of unknowns. Agassi? Agassi? Rag? Agassi? I say Andre Agassi. He was married to Brooke Shields. So was Michael Jackson. Holla. Hey, Olivia. Good to see you, girl. Whoa. Okay. His foundation apparently funds educational programs for at-risk youth. Matthias's dissertation was about childhood exposure to domestic violence. Right, Kate. Clearly why Christina went down this rabbit hole. Agassi. Hey, Cole. How are you? How's my favorite viewer? Stacy, we just like to listen to music. It's not really an intro. It's like, it's Friday, bitches. Let's play some good music and get our vibes on. That's how I get my vibes on, is music. So I share what I would listen to with y'all. If you don't want to listen to it, it's cool. But I always start early so that it doesn't interrupt my start time. What kind of crackerjack shit is going on here? I don't know. But let's get into it. We have Jingo. We have Hidden True Crime and Stacey Wondra. I don't know if we're going to do Lauren's. I don't know if she has a separate. I've heard she has a separate interview with Stacey. Stacey is a guy. He's there in the green with the hat. Ugh. But I don't know if she has one alone with him or what. But this one's 2 freaking hours. So I feel like I don't know if we'll get to hers, if one exists. Canvas and Crime. Wait, I thought I was your favorite viewer. You all are my favorite viewers. All right. Huddle around, little cooters. Let's go. This was 1 year ago, but they just published it 6 days ago. They had this behind a paywall for a year. Have you watched these clowns' latest video with Brianna? They completely hijacked Brianna's attempt to promote her documentary.
Thank you.
With little passive-aggressive digs directed towards Lauren Stone. Who's Brianna? No. Please send me the link. Please send me the link. Who's Brianna? You know what I saw that was weird yesterday was that there was like on this Arizona TV station, there was a thing about Jodi Arias. Hey, Criminal Men. Did you guys see the thing about Jodi Arias? Well, I noticed that Nate Eaton was live while her premiere was playing, interviewing that girl. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, why are you interviewing her during the premiere of her thing about Jodi? It was weird. Did anybody else notice that? Is that Brianna? That's her? I saw. Okay, yes. Okay, so what's weird is that while I didn't know that was her name. Brianna was premiering the Jodi Arias thing at 9:00 last night. And then I was like, why is Nate Eaton playing his interview with her at the very same time that her documentary is premiering? Thank you, Say No. Thank you for your generous super sticker. Yes, that's another thing. Kresha's going on Turtle Boy tomorrow. Shout out to Kresha. She'll do great. I don't know what time it'll be at. Isn't he live usually in the evening at night? Yeah, it was weird. Like, why would you do that? So they had Brianna on their stream? Oh, wow. Huh. Arizona family, yes. Hey, Beans. All right, let's get into Jingo. Let's go, guys.
I would literally probably, I won't say kill, but I would allegedly hurt somebody really bad if I ever found out they did something like that to a little boy and I knew about it.
On January 26th, 2024, Hidden True Crimes, Dr. John Mathias.
She must have just recorded this. See, I split the thing so you guys could see it. Here. Just because that view was better, but I'll do this so you guys can see. Ew, look at her little tongue. Blech. Thank you for always providing interesting content. Cooters forever. I have a sound bite for that. You ready?
Cooter Undercover.
Cooters, unite!
A clinical and criminal psychologist interviewed Stacey Wondra, the man now charged with kidnapping and murdering 5-year-old Michael Vaughn, also known as Monkey Vaughn. Dr. John conducted the interview at the request of unnamed parties.
At the request of unnamed parties. And they kept it behind a paywall for a year. Close your goddamn legs.
We hoped that with John's expertise, some information could be gleaned. The day after Dr. John interviewed Stacey, I interviewed him as well. That was live on our YouTube channel.
Oh,
but
so she interviewed him the next day. Because at the end of this one, Stacey's like, we could talk more tomorrow if you want.
John's interview was only seen by a very small audience within our Patreon community. For reasons we kept it more private until now. Now that charges have come down, we feel comfortable finally sharing that full, unedited interview with you. This is Stacey Wondra in January of 2024, claiming his innocence while telling John details about his life and upbringing. John then zeroes in on the timeline of July 27th, 2021, the night that Michael went missing from his Fruitland, Idaho neighborhood.
None, Dr. Macy.
Take a listen.
And
Hey,
live.
let's do it. And
Oh shit, she's on here in the beginning. Okay, sorry about that. God, I had it all set up too. Hold the phone. Let's get all three of these clowns up here. All right, there we go. When she drops, she's only on here for a few minutes and then she drops. Then I'll zoom back in on John and Stacey Wondra. And if you're not familiar with this case, Stacey Wondra has now been charged with the murder and kidnapping of 5-year-old Michael Monkey Vaughn out of Fruitland, Idaho.
And live. Yep, we're live. So hey everyone, I'm here with John and Stacey Wondra. We're live right now. So we're going live with Stacey. And for those of you that know, I'm just going to give a little intro to everyone here tonight that's watching. I don't think we're going to have that many people tonight. This is kind of a private conversation among people whose voices deserve to be heard. But those that know that John and I have been following the Michael.
Now, again, this is a year ago. She looks a lot different a year ago. A lot different a year ago. Her face is almost more waxy and chiseled looking. Hey, stay humble.
Vaughn case from the very beginning. So a quick, just for anyone that might be here that is new to the case, Michael, his nickname was Monkey Vaughn. He was 5 years old when he went missing in July 2021.
27.
And thank you, July 27th. Thank you for any timeline help. You can help us with, thanks. So July 27th, 2021 in Fruitland, Idaho. And John and I talked to anyone, and this is a situation where Stacey's name has definitely come up, and I'll tell you why. It was in 2022 of November. Am I right with the timeline there, Stacey?
Correct.
That police excavated your yard, or where you were living with your wife, then wife, ex-wife, Sarah Wondra, and looking for signs of monkey, I believe. Correct me, okay? And they didn't find anything. You were in prison at that time, correct? On a completely different charge.
I was in jail, but the whole time.
Jail, okay.
Federal
Thank you for
holding.
correcting me.
Get it right, Lauren.
Okay, federal holding. Thank you for correcting me. Jail, not prison. On a separate charge, nothing to do with
federal
monkey.
holding, not prison.
And they excavated your entire yard, found nothing. You've never been charged with a crime. You've been released from jail. Can you tell me your marriage status with Sarah so I can keep it correct, fact-wise?
Soon to be divorced. I filed for divorce when I was in Ada County.
Okay.
The judge granted.
Okay, so he was married to a woman named Sarah. Sarah has a criminal charge, or I don't know how to explain it. What's going on with these people's weird. Okay, I'm just gonna say it's weird. It reeks of informants and all this weird stuff because they're charging them off of what happened, what he said, Stacey, in 2022. They're just now bringing charges that was written back in June of this year. So the indictment and the probable cause was written in June, but they just pressed charges on him now. I don't know if it was because he was set to get out of jail in Arizona. I don't know. Stacey's in jail. They haven't charged her officially yet. Brandon is another one. There's 4 suspects. Brandon is the 3rd suspect, Brandon Shirtliff. And Brandon is being held on probation violation, not yet charged. And then we have Adrian Lucien, who no one knows where he is. But there's a warrant for his arrest. Okay, so that's kind of the scene here.
Granted it, and Sarah, when they went to send out the paperwork to Sarah to get her served, she had transferred to prison the next day. So I have to pay
Shirtliff
the court to get the paperwork sent to me, and then I have to have her served. So
Gotcha. Okay.
But soon to be divorced, correct?
Okay. So your wife at this time, but separated. Sarah Wondra was arrested for failure to report a death.
The death of the missing person, but was later relieved of those charges.
Okay. I think that's and then here we are, and nothing's really happened with the case since. And so here we are. I figured, I was like, well, gosh, I should reach out to Stacey. you would know better than anyone.
Who would be the
You
third
know,
party?
what the latest is. We all talked before.
Do you think the third party was Brandy? Do you think maybe Michael Monkey's mom wanted her to do this interview, kind of behind the scenes, to see what she could get?
For the three of us, and we kind of decided that maybe John would kind of lead this interview. And we're definitely going to ask Stacey questions, you know, like you've asked us to, Stacey, but we also just want this to be a place where you can share. For those that might be watching, again, this is a super private live with just some people we're kind of close to. Like, this is not like really public right now. And
Hey,
for
Idaho
those
mom.
wondering, we've turned off chat. We just want to be able to just listen, and of course we'll ask you questions too, Stacey, so you can form your thoughts. But for the most part, I'm going to kind of tune out and give you and John space. Does that work for everyone?
Okay. I'm just going to leave them alone.
Can you just a quick request, Lauren? Could you give him the? I don't know. I don't know if you can. Can you give him the? I guess it would be my left side of the screen.
Hi, Becky.
Just so he's featured. So he's featured more than I am.
Yeah, I'm going to stay around for a little bit longer to make sure things are cool. So I'll put myself on mute, but if you need anything, just tell me. I'll have my ears in.
Yeah. So
she's going to stick around to make sure everything is cool.
I'll take it over from here. So I think, you know, Stacey, I had mentioned to you earlier that it's important for me to kind of get to know the person that I'm talking to and I'm interviewing. And so you would be no exception to that. You know, if you don't mind me, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to ask you a single thing about the crime for quite a while. Until I feel like I kind of have a better understanding of you. And then once I feel comfortable that you've told your story, then I would like to use you as a guide to kind of walk me through the crime and the situation. And obviously I don't honestly know a huge amount about this. Lauren knows a lot more than I did since she covered it from the beginning. But so I'm going to rely on you to kind of help us understand or help me understand what's going on. And I know you were mentioned at a press conference. Why you came up at the press conference, those types of things. So, but let's just start, let's start with the beginning. Like, where were you born?
Merced, California.
Okay. And then how long did your family live there?
So biological parents deceased. My mom died in May 2003. Dad died before I was born they both died of drug overdoses.
Okay.
Do
you mind me asking when you were born? I know from the
September 12th, 1992.
Okay. So you're 20. 30. You would be 30.
Math isn't the criminal psychologist's strong suit. Did you see Dr. John's tongue or Stacey's tongue?
So you're 20.
Are these two related? Stop.
Do you mind me asking when you were born? I know from the
September 12th, 1992.
Okay. So you're 20. 30. You would be 30.
31.
Okay. So your dad died before 1992?
Correct. I think he died in 91, late 91, if I'm not mistaken.
So very close, just before you were born.
Oh, my God.
Okay. And you said they both died from drug overdoses?
Correct.
Okay. When did you learn that, by the way? When did you learn that your father passed away from a drug overdose? Did you know that as a child?
No, at a later age, like when I could start understanding things. I think probably when I was like 8 or 9.
Okay. And so your mom would have died your mom would have died after you understood that, around 8 or 9. Your mom would have died not too long after that. So you would have been roughly 11-ish.
Yeah.
So when I hear that,
he looks way older than that.
I'm sorry that happened to you. First of all,
no, he's chewing tobacco during this interview. Okay. Chris, he's spitting into the bottle. He's got chewing tobacco.
That's a tough road for anyone to experience. How did that affect you as a child?
It didn't really affect me a whole lot because I didn't really grow up knowing who my mom was. I just knew about her.
Okay.
When I was younger, I guess this is just what I'm told by my adoptive mom that I have now, that You know, she remembers specifically a time when I was a
Hey,
baby.
Eve.
I had brought in like a toy to my biological mom when I was staying at my grandma Jean's house, and um, my mom literally grabbed the toy and threw it across the room and pushed me on the floor. So it just wasn't a good situation. She was not in a position to, you know, really take care of me at all. You know, she was just strung out on drugs all the time and alcohol. And
Yeah. You know, just out of curiosity, do you know? So obviously you mentioned alcohol, but what do you know? What drugs your mom was using?
I believe it was pretty much all of them. You know, meth, coke, heroin.
Okay.
I mean, you name it. I think she was on it. So, which
So
back
then
then I think they all had different names, but
yeah. So then in 2003, she died from an overdose.
mm-hmm.
And what was this in California, by the way?
Correct.
Okay. Was it in the same area, Merced?
I believe so. I'm not exactly 100% sure. Modesto area, I think, or something like that.
Okay. I guess I'm asking because I'm curious to know if
Modesto,
were you
home of
guys,
Scott
because
Peterson.
of the drug situation with your mom, were you moving around a lot?
No, I was adopted when I was 13 months or 17 months old. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And to my wonderful mom and dad now, or
Okay.
I still have today, and then Sergio and Tammy.
That's
And
those are your adoptive parents, Sergio and Tammy?
correct.
Okay. So all right. So I made the assumption that you were with your mom during those early years, but I guess so your mom obviously must have been having serious enough drug problems to be in the CPS system.
They do get
Correct.
to Michael.
So that you were then placed with an adoptive family at 17 months?
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. So your relationship with your mom would have been very limited as a child.
Very, very limited. She wasn't in a position to do anything or take care of me at all.
Okay. Gotcha. She saw you very little too, or did you see her a little bit, or?
Yeah, he said in another thing that he likes to start at the childhood and go back to the very beginning.
I have pictures of her and my dad when they were together, but I don't remember ever meeting them. I was too little, you know.
Okay.
When it comes to dog food, it always feels.
Let me interrupt this for a fucking ad.
I don't.
God, Lauren.
You told the story about the toy, but that was.
Oh, is that why she has the fucking dog around? Because she gets dog food promos? Jesus. They're probably getting free dog food for Grayson's dog. You just heard a spit sound? All right, let's get it off the board. Where is spit sound? It's fucking gross. You're going to hear it more too. I'm sorry.
Before you were adopted?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't ever recall actually meeting your mother then? Okay. After you were adopted, you really never had any relationship with her?
Correct.
It's for Grayson to eat. You're so
what are
wrong
your
for that.
thoughts about that now when you think about it?
I'm very thankful for the family I have now.
Okay. And so tell me about your
Who's he
adopted
looking at?
parents. Were they in California then when they adopted you?
Yeah. My mom and Sergio used to own a restaurant in Escalon, California called the Steak and Eggs.
Okay.
I don't know why he's going this deep with his fucking childhood. God.
Oakdale, California.
Okay.
And that's how. So the way I was introduced to my adoptive mom, it's kind of a neat story.
Oh, Macy, have you seen this yet? I'm sorry, Dr. Macy. I don't feel right just calling you Macy. Dr. Macy, have you seen this yet? He gets deep. He gets deep, and he did look away too. Where is that? Looks away.
I was staying with my biological grandparents, my grandma Dean and Papa Wayne.
Okay.
And they brought me in to have something to eat at the restaurant. You know, they went to go have something to eat. I was too little.
Mm-hmm.
They did. They sent this to Ellie.
You know, I was kind of rambunctious. You know what I mean? I was always, you know, you're really anxious as a kid. You know what I mean? Like always had to be doing something.
Okay.
And my mom was the waitress at the time. Tammy.
It always seems like
at the restaurant, the owner.
It always seems like John just sits down blindly to do these things. He does not seem prepared. Like, I don't know. He's just very basic.
She asked if she could hold me, and Grandma Jean and Papa Wayne were like, absolutely. And my mom held me, and I guess long story short, I buried my face in her neck and I fell asleep.
Ugh.
Okay.
And it just touched her. And that's at that point when they started talking about getting guardianship of me.
Okay.
So that's kind of how that played out.
I know. Do you think we can have Stacey interview Dr. John? That pause game is disgusting. But do you think we could do this? Like, could we do a role reversal and have John sitting in the car next time and Stacey behind the mic?
Okay. Yeah. And did they have any children of their own at that point?
They had.
Oh, why does he have his zipped up to his chin to tuck it? He tucks his chin into the 3/4 zip. It's a nice little pocket for his extra chin.
Yeah, they had Megan and Miranda, but they were super young. They were young. But I'm the youngest out of them.
Yeah. Okay. So you have two.
Hey, Andy.
You
I have a lot of I have, let's see, biological side. I have Bradley, Randy, Caleb, and Jocelyn.
Why do we need to know all his family
and
members'
me.
names?
So there's 5 of us biologically.
Why are they putting this out?
Adoptive
Ugh.
side, it goes Sergio and Tammy had Megan and Miranda.
Okay.
And then
Jesus.
Sergio and
This is
Tammy got
fucking
divorced when I was
crazy,
8
yo.
as well. And then Jerry came in the picture, who is her husband now.
Okay.
And he had 5 kids of his own. He had Jake, Jerry, Jennifer,
Ugh.
Mike, Ronnie,
Bobby, Ricky, and Mike.
those 5.
So after when
He
Tammy
does.
remarried
He
Jerry,
looks like Sean.
they had 5 more kids in addition to. So you have.
Oh no! Jerry had 5 of his own kids before he got married to his mom.
Okay. So Jerry.
See, I think it's bullshit to put his family members out there like that because look what Eve said. The family members have received death threats since then. What's up, Andy? Good live today. If you guys haven't checked out Andy's channel, go check it out now. Walla Walla.
When Jerry married Tammy, he brought in
Mm-hmm.
5 kids from previous relationships.
Yeah, but they stayed in California.
Okay.
TMI. I
We
agree.
were
Let's get
living
it.
in Montana. We
Okay.
moved up to Montana. Sorry, I guess I should have got to that. We moved up
And if you want to look up this guy, he's got federal records in Utah, Montana. This guy has been a piece of shit for a long time.
to Montana when I was 3 years old.
No one
Okay.
cares.
Was that to open a restaurant up there, or what?
No. Just to move to another state because my grandma and grandpa, who on my mom's side, my adoptive mom's, her mom and dad lived in Montana.
Okay. So, all right. So you're in
I don't think it's okay.
Oakdale. You're born in Merced. You're in Oakdale for a period of time. You're adopted at 17 months. At 3 years, Sergio and Tammy moved to Montana. Then they get divorced when you're 8. She remarries Jerry, who has 5 kids. He's in Montana.
Correct.
Okay. And
Jammers.
so tell me a little bit about your relationships with your adoptive. I don't know if I'm saying this right, but your adoptive siblings. So Megan, Miranda, and then Jerry's 5 kids. How did you get along with them?
It was a rough go around from Megan and Miranda. Jerry's kids, I didn't really have a lot of interaction with because they were already grown.
Do you think, though, that Lauren could have contacted? It's interesting, what Soul Attitude said. Beautiful dog, by the way. Do you think it's possible that Lauren had connections in Idaho due to her previous background of reporting, or her connections with her friends in the Daybell case to get in touch with the investigators to do an interview? Do you think it's that deep? I mean, I would hope not. I hope that fucking law enforcement doesn't need people like this. to get answers in cases. Do a poll. Which one of these fellows is smarter? I think Dr. John does have some kind of a education. I do. But I wouldn't put it past her to be like, we can do an interview. My husband's a clinical and criminal psychologist. But I think it's enough. I don't like it either, Kelly Mack.
Pretty much.
Okay. But Megan and Miranda, not so great.
I was needy as a kid. I developed a lot of behavioral issues when I was younger.
Okay.
I required a lot of attention. My mom sacrificed the girls to make sure to, and sacrificed her work and everything like that, to attend to me and to attend to my needs. I was diagnosed at a young age. I was tested 4 different times neuropsychologically for mental disabilities, they call it.
Right, but she said, Anna, that she was asked to do this by a third party. And I think that's an odd statement to make. I feel like that's odd.
Neurocognitive disorder now.
Okay.
But I was diagnosed at a younger age with fetal alcohol syndrome, Asperger's or autism is what it was called at the time.
Who cares? It's not an
Intermittent
excuse.
explosive disorder or IED.
Okay.
Bipolar.
Okay.
And then that was when I first got tested. And then growing up, I got tested when I was like
snort snot on the board.
10 or 11.
Okay.
Again,
so that was all like before the age of 10.
Correct.
I just quickly, I assume maybe, were you medicated for the bipolar?
Yeah, they had me on medications a lot when I was younger.
Okay.
If I remember right, it was like Adderall, Strattera, just some other psychiatric meds. I don't lithium and.
Right. Okay. So some of that sounds like. Did some of that might sound like a little bit of ADHD, but maybe the bipolar kind of coincides with some of that.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good now. Sorry, I was getting over my cold.
Yeah. So you were saying that was before age 10, and then you were saying around 11 you went in for more testing, and were there more diagnoses to come after that?
No, it was just it actually got progressively better. When I first got tested, my IQ was 57.
Okay. Before 10, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Lauren.
My first time getting tested was like 4 years old.
That's what Lauren would call low IQ, by the way.
And then my second testing was like 10 or 11, and my IQ went up to like 60.
Oh my God.
Same diagnoses.
Do you believe that? 60?
I got tested again in 2018.
Okay, so recently.
I'm sorry, not 2018. I'm sorry, 2014. When I was in the group home.
Okay.
God.
And what do you remember?
Here we go with group homes.
Yeah, I mean, I tested when I was in the group home. My IQ went up from 60. The last IQ was at 60, then it went up to 70. Okay. And then the most recent test I did was back in October of last year, and I think my IQ jumped up to like 75 or 80.
Okay. So, what was the testing that you had done last year?
Mm-hmm.
Asks med history. Got it. It gets worse.
Sorry, save that. Send that to me. I'm sorry. What was the what?
Yeah. What were they? Why were they testing you in October of 2023?
For my court hearing, my federal court hearing. My lawyer wanted to get a current
John got ignored. He was like, what? Huh?
Psychological evaluation.
Okay.
To help with my court hearing.
Were they looking at competency then, or what was the issue?
No, not competency. They just wanted, because they wanted to just determine whether or not, just to see, if I'd be fit, if I'm fit for prison, if I had to go or whatnot. It was just, And my lawyer just wanted to get something up to date because it
Okay.
had been a few years. So
Okay. Gotcha. Tell me
Andy?
about you mentioned
Kate?
intermittent explosive disorder that was diagnosed when you were pretty young. What has that continued? Has that stayed with
no,
you over the
no,
years or no?
it's no longer a thing. Even like they don't have that diagnosis.
So that was dropped later. That was dropped like in your
Like the
teenage years.
second time I got tested, yeah.
Okay, so at age 11, were
Mhm.
you as a child then? Were you? It sounds like you had some anger.
Yeah, I was angry as a child, and a lot of it prevailed when my parents got divorced,
Okay,
and I wasn't ever like violent. I mean, I was violent, but I was violent in a different way. I wasn't ever violent against.
I was violent, but I was violent in a different way. This is Stacey Wondra. He has recently been charged with the murder and kidnapping of 5-year-old Michael Monkey Vaughn out of Fruitland, Idaho. Back in 2021 was when Michael disappeared. They still have not found Michael. Hidden True Crime did this interview 1 year ago. 1 year ago, and they just released it from behind their Patreon.
Somebody, but I would destroy my own stuff or like break CDs or sometimes break pens or throw things against the wall. Just I would snap.
okay,
Break pens.
but that did not continue past age, let's say
No,
11.
no.
Hey, NH.
Okay.
I was in group homes from 11 to 23.
For what reason?
Just because that I needed help, and I knew I needed help, and it was just becoming too much on my mom, and my sisters, and it was hard for me to go to group homes, but in the long run, I don't regret it at all.
No, he
Okay.
actually outright
me
says
who I
it,
am
Salty.
today.
Yeah. And
got group
how would you
homes.
describe who you are today?
A
Fun,
murderer.
caring, energetic,
Oh my god.
loving, loyal, optimistic, adventurous.
Lies. Lies.
Just have that ambition, that drive. Just don't.
Hey,
I
Greers.
don't want to stop. I want to keep going.
Okay. Yeah. Let me go back a little bit to your childhood. Let me go back to your relationship with Megan and Miranda.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like it was a little strained because of all the behavioral issues you were having.
Correct.
Could you tell me a little more about that?
The behavioral issues?
Well, just the group homes, where it sounds like you were acting out a little bit at times.
Mm-hmm. I had a lot of
We got the tongue.
self-harm, self-injurious behavior issues. Like I would swallow, I would threaten to swallow staples and
Okay.
We're swallowing
stuff.
staples.
Just
There we
I
go.
was
Swallow
really troubled
staples.
as a kid, like I had a rough time.
Okay.
Not really too much to discuss, honestly. Like I just, I spent lots of time in different group homes. I think I've been to like 4 different group homes, and
He hasn't stuck it out. Okay.
Well, so let me rephrase my question. What when you say that your relationship with your 2
sisters,
right, was a little I forget the word, a little rough was the term you used.
Yeah.
What was causing that? Why? I mean, if a lot of your behavior.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So it was literally because I was taking
2
away
sisters.
from my sisters a lot because my mom was having to focus so much time with me, and it was taking it away from my sisters. Like
Yeah.
Like I was saying, my mom sacrificed a lot for me. My sisters sacrificed a lot for me, and I say that in the sense of like, they just lost out on a lot of attention. A lot of time with mom,
Okay.
and that's what caused a lot of stress.
Gotcha. So if I describe that as a bit of resentment, would that seem to make sense?
Correct.
Okay.
Put on the valley.
What's that?
My buddy showing me a picture of a love seat on freebie alerts that's for free, and I was like, man, I could just put that in the alley and go crash.
Hopefully, it's a nice
Ew.
love seat then.
It has definitely been used.
Ew.
Dr. John and I both started using
Oh my
OneSkin
God,
because we were
yeah.
curious about the science.
That's a good time for a fucking commercial. What the fuck?
Alerts that's for free, and I was like, showing me a picture of a love seat on freebie alerts that's for free, and I was like, man, I could just put that in the alley and go crash.
John's laughing. John, this isn't funny. This is a what the fuck moment for sure. We got what the fuck on the board. Jesus criminy.
Hopefully,
Hopefully it's a nice love
it's a nice
seat.
love seat then.
It has definitely been used.
She got in with an ad break right there.
It has definitely been used.
He laughed. He's cracking up at it being used. Look. Oh my God. I'm going to puke. Mm-mm. And then they got to a commercial. But thankfully for us, Grayson is the shittiest editor on the planet. Why would they not edit that part out? No discernment. Can we get some John heads and love seats in the chat? John's face is like stretched out like it's going to crack. Good God, John, you think that's funny? Blit?
Crash.
Hopefully, it's a nice love seat then.
It has definitely been used.
Dr. John and I both started using OneSkin because we were curious about the science behind it. And now we're completely.
Oh my God, OneSkin. Feminine, thank you for gifting 5. Gifted 5 cooter ships. Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Jen X, Kathy G, Mar R, and Shannon K. Welcome to Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your leg. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Thanks so much.
Hooked. We each noticed different changes. For me, it was smoother texture, better hydration for a lot of skincare over OS01 pepticity. And these results have been validated.
Oh my God, look. I cannot.
Are the root cause of wrinkles and the loss of elasticity. And these results.
Okay. We're just talking about the love seat. Now they have this visual. Stop it. Stop.
Have been validated in 5 clinical studies. OneSkin is known for cult favorites like the OS01 body, OS01 face, and OS01 eye. Powerful longevity benefits. Everything is certified safe for sensitive skin and awarded the National Eczema Association the Nightly Rewind gift set. Their new petting works together as your body enters nightly repair mode, helping renew the skin at a cellular level for stronger, smoother, and more resilient skin.
It sounded like she said cult favorites.
Limited time. Try OneSkin for 15% off using code HIDDEN at oneskin.co/hidden. That's oneskin.co. We sent you.
All right, back to the
what about
OneSkin?
Your parents?
We do, RLR.
Both had substance abuse problems, obviously. That's
what's led to my disabilities.
Okay, but did you have any drug or alcohol problems as a child or teenager?
No. I didn't start dabbling. Like, when I say dabbling, I say it lightly because it was light. Like, I would, I've tried meth a couple times and I've messed with some coke or weed, but I've never relied on it as a daily ritual. Like it was, very, very seldom, very, very, very.
Liar. You're a liar. I'm calling this more lies. Tried meth a couple times.
Seldom, and it was like once in a blue moon, and if it was available and it was at a house party or something I was at, and this wasn't until after I was 23.
Okay.
Yeah, after I got out of the group home was when I kind of started falling into those tracks, which I'm out of, you know what I mean? I'm not in those at all.
Yeah.
But there's times where I dabbled, but it's never caused any substance problems for me, no.
So you didn't really use drugs or alcohol as a
Oh no.
child?
Oh no substance problems here.
So you didn't really use drugs or alcohol as
Nope, no drugs used here. Sober as a judge, as BJ says. I'm sober as a judge. I just dabble with meth every now and then.
a
No,
child or teen? It wasn't until you said 23?
correct.
What about if I asked you about traumatic experiences as a
Oh fuck.
child or teenagers? Do you recall anything along those lines that kind of stand out?
Nothing traumatic.
Nothing
What about
traumatic.
any type of bullying or violence?
What'd you do to people that I'm sure you gave them
I was in
trauma?
special ed my whole life. So
Okay.
there was a lot of getting bullied in school and stuff like that, and I got in a lot of fights, but
Oh, God.
I've been suspended from school, or not expelled. I've never been expelled, but
Yeah, you have. You were expelled.
it was never like, it was just hard to deal with a lot in school,
Okay.
Champ.
getting bullied, but eventually I learned to stick up for myself.
Tell me a little.
Mhm.
Give me a little more details about some of the bullying. Do you remember?
Just people calling me a fat fuck, and just
Fat fuck?
just teasing me about me being retarded because I'm in special ed, and just stupid stuff like that.
Okay. And so, were they picking fights with you, or were you kind of
No, they were picking fights with me
okay? Do you remember when that started?
early on, like elementary school, or like middle school, I would say.
And through high school?
Yeah.
On that issue, just quickly, did you graduate from high school? No.
Fuck
I
no.
made it through 11th grade.
Okay. And then what happened there?
I ended up transferring to another group home, and
Ugh.
they didn't allow me to continue schooling. They only let me get my GED. And at that point, I just wasn't focused enough to get my GED. I kind of had given up.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I don't know why all this background is being given. Like, woe is fucking me. Okay? I'm sure every person who has hurt a child on this planet can come up with some kind of traumatic background. It doesn't excuse the shit. It doesn't excuse anything. I'm sorry, it just fucking doesn't.
So you never completed the GED then? You just, like you said, you just kind of gave up?
correct. When I got older and was in like the Montana Developmental Center in Boulder, Montana, I took the GED test, or I started prepping for it. It's called the Montana High Set.
No,
is
he
what it's
has
called, High
not
School
been found.
Equivalency Test.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I passed 3 of the 5 tests, and it still stands at
Eve says, how do we actually know he hurt Michael? We don't. Well, I think he confessed to what they all did together. It was like a joint effort to hurt Michael. I mean, it is what it is. Michaela, thank you for your super chat. Stacy and I were both picked on in school for having big knockers. Oh my God, Michaela. Thank you for your super chat. Hello, Watts.
it never goes away. So if I ever went back to Montana, I could get it.
Okay. So just quickly, how did you get from Montana to Idaho?
I got married.
Okay. Was that to Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
When did you marry her?
April 13th, 2018.
Okay. And help me understand, did she live in Idaho? Is that?
Yeah, she lived with her mom. She was on parole.
Did you?
Right, but why would John be doing a psych eval on this guy? I find this to be totally unethical. It's like he's using some kind of method or something. I don't know. It doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like something that he does all the time. This doesn't seem to just roll off his tongue, if you will. I hate to mention his tongue because God forbid that visual. But it doesn't seem like something he is doing every day or even often. It's like, yeah, he's definitely reading from something, or it seems like he would know. Seems like he would know what the questions would be. Moderator says they have proof he's not a real psychologist. What do you mean, Fancy Pants? He says that he interviews prisoners all the time to see if they're able to go back out into society.
That did you see that her being on parole as a problem, or did that?
Honestly, not really. I thought it was love at first sight. So it was, the first time I thought I knew what love was.
Okay. So you really
Plus, I mean, you do a psych eval and you laugh about a used couch, which Stacey was alluding to there being jizz on it. And he laughs. And this is professionalism.
really didn't think about. Well, first of all, what was she on parole for? Let me ask that. Maybe I should back up a little bit.
Rob 1.
Oh.
Okay.
And she stole $40 in gas in Oregon.
Oh my God.
And she had a Cutco knife in her car, and the gas attendant saw it and called the cops and said that she had threatened him with a knife. And
can you imagine, Dr. John?
I see it happening.
Can you imagine him having the responsibility to say if a predator is okay to be in society? I have a huge problem with that. I think that people that evaluate youth and adult sex offenders should really be an above board person, if you will. That's a huge responsibility. And I'm not joking here right now. That is a huge fucking responsibility. And now I'm curious, what are these other people that work in prison systems like? You know, I'm here in Florida. Who's evaluating ours? I mean, Florida doesn't really like to let sex offenders out. So there's that. But in other states, who are the clowns that are evaluating? Are they clowns like this? Because that's really fucking scary. We love Kelly. We love Watts. She old school. What are you talking about tonight? You're going to be going over this? Sweet. Idiot Win, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, or 20 pound, actually. That's what I'm saying, and they need to be done in person. And the proceedings.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
And they need to be done in person. And the proceedings had not started, and this is not court ordered. Psychs do that to make subject natural.
Thank you, Idiot Win, for explaining. It's slim. It must be Slim Pickens. Damn.
Okay.
But
say more about that. Would you say that Sarah has some history of violence then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sounds to me like he wants to shift. Seems to me like he's using this to shift the blame onto his ex, Sarah, who happens to look like they're related too. She looks like his sister.
Sarah was very abusive towards me.
Okay.
Throughout our marriage, I mean, she's been unfaithful to me countless times, cheated on me. Usually they say it's the guy that does it to the woman. As far as abuse and everything else goes, it was complete opposite.
Hi, Glenda.
I cheated on her when she cheated on me. I never initiated the cheating. It was Sarah and I were very toxic for each other down the road in our marriage. There was times where she would punch me, or she would spit on me, or she would kick me, and there was times where she would hold me down on the couch with a butcher knife to my throat, and she at one point
held him down with a butcher knife to his throat. Did you call the cops, Sarah? Or Stacey, whatever the fuck your name is. Parole. We got parole on the board.
Making it happen. Thank you.
Idiot Win, thank you again.
Yeah, we know the kind of clowns who do this. Look at Delphi. Look at Anthony Garcia. There are reasons the dregs work there. Not all. But why do that when you can make bank working at a hosp? Prisons don't care. Zero standards.
That's so true. Thank you, Idiot Wind. It's actually quite a wake-up call to think about all the prison systems. Thank you again for your super chat and your thought process through this. I mean, it's actually, I've never thought of that. Like, who's actually evaluating these people? Whew. Scary.
Point held me at gunpoint with a loaded 12-gauge shotgun and held it to my chest. And, you know, it's just been that was, I guess, probably the most traumatic thing I've had to deal with.
And that would have happened
20,
after you married her?
about 2020.
2020?
Uh-huh.
So most of that occurred in the same year?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty bad. What did you do in those situations?
My stupid ass stuck with her.
Well, I mean, did you try to protect yourself at all, or what?
No, I cowered it down because I'm not a wife beater. I'm not a woman hitter. You will never at any point ever find me hitting a woman ever.
Okay.
And or you know, like, I'm a big guy, you know what I mean? I'm capable of doing a lot of damage, as I've done in previous fights with people. And I just knew what my strength was, and I would feel horrible if I hurt her. You know, yeah, she's done a lot of wrong to me. She's been abusive and, you know,
Cowarded down on the board.
Aggressive and violent towards me, but I know my own strength, and I know if I ever hit her, I would do a significant amount of damage. And I just can't see myself doing that. I'm just not that person.
And I presume that this has something to do with the reason that you're seeking a divorce?
Correct.
Okay. Was Sarah your first significant relationship then?
My second longest. I was engaged for 5 years.
God.
From 9th grade until...
He got engaged in 9th grade? Get the fuck out of here with this shit.
Sorry, Courtney was my second longest. And Courtney, she was my first longest. And she and I were together. She was in 8th grade, I was in 9th. And we were together all the way up until 2011.
What?
Okay. What?
You were going together.
I went to group homes and started talking to other women just because I was unhappy. You know what I mean? I wasn't unhappy, but
I went to group homes and started talking to other women. This is the fucking weirdest thing. I think if someone is interviewing a suspect, even if they seem super innocent, you really need to be well trained to make sure you're not doing potential harm. I agree with that. That's why I'd like to see this guy's actual credentials, that he is, you know, skilled and trained in doing this in the manner he's doing it.
So far apart, you know. I was just stupid, and I wanted to dabble. I was young, you know what I mean, and I didn't really take into account a sincere relationship.
Okay. Right. So kind of a first love type situation.
Correct.
And how did she treat you?
Really good. Like, we were amazing together. You know, she was never abusive. She was never mean to me. You know, she would always go out of her way to do things. She was a paraplegic. She was in a wheelchair.
She was a paraplegic. What the fuck? You were a fucking kid, dude.
Wheelchair. Okay. You know, but you know, I believe if I remember right, the way we met, she approached me. I was walking out of the high school, and I remember she approached me from behind, and she goes, "Hey, you!" And I go, "Yeah." She goes, and then she introduced herself, and I introduced myself, and we just kind of clicked. You know, we exchanged phone numbers, and you know, we went on probably 8 to 10 dates, and you know, then started, you know, indulging in a relationship.
Oh my God. I mean, I hate to think like that, but Blue Giraffes, the same thought went through my mind.
And, you know, then started, you know, indulging in a relationship.
Ugh.
Right. Okay. Do you communicate with her at all these days?
No, I don't talk to her.
Did her disability occur?
No, she was born with spina bifida.
Okay.
Wow.
Gotcha.
which is where you're born with your spine outside of your back.
Okay. What about others? Were those pretty much Sarah and Courtney were pretty much your two
Yeah,
significant relationships?
correct.
Would you say those were your only two significant relationships?
Long lasting. I mean, there's a few, you know.
Well, Indigo, that's if you take what he's saying as fact.
Relationships, they weren't really relationships. They're like friends with benefit relationships, you know.
Yeah. Okay. What about talking about medical issues? What about, have you had any? You mentioned the fetal alcohol. Have you had any major medical issues that have affected your life at all?
I mean, I've had 3 eye surgeries, had an appendicitis.
This is crazy.
Appendectomy.
Okay.
But other than that, no. I mean, I've been pretty healthy. You know, I played a lot of sports as a kid. A lot of sports.
Here they go. They're going to bond. They're going to bond. You ready? What's the obsession? Thank you for your super chat. Yes, I will be live about this tonight and would love if you could stop by. You've been doing such great work on this, Jay. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Kelly, for your super chat and your support. And definitely, I'll pop in. What time is your live?
Okay.
And I was always into hunting and fishing and loved the outdoors and basketball, baseball, football. I mean, I was an athlete, you know. I loved playing sports.
Did you play sports in like junior high and high school for the school teams at all, or?
Correct.
Okay. What would you consider to be your favorite sport?
Football.
You ready?
Okay. Did you play for the high school team?
I played. I didn't make it high school football. I tried out, and then I just.
All right. We got high school football on the Jingo board. And I've got a little photo for you guys. This is the only picture of John that I could find outside of what Hidden True Crime has out there. And apparently this is John and his mom when John played football. Yes. Andy, do you like that? I'm not sure if his head is photoshopped, but based on his stance and his posture, I think that's him. So there's Dr. Babe back in the day. I think it's totally it looks like AI. I don't know. I just found it on the net. His mom kind of resembles Lauren a little bit, huh? I don't know what year it is. It didn't have a year with it. His arms are really, they are really long. This one looks really long. But you can see his posture, it does look like him. But his mom kind of resembles Lauren a little bit. All right. We'll periodically do a flashback.
Kind of got over it. Just kind of wasn't into it anymore. But when I played in middle school, I played defensive lineman, nose guard, and kicker.
This would have been in Montana, right?
Okay, that has to be the 70s because he's 62. He's 62. So yeah, this was probably late 70s. Or wait, how old's my brother? I'm 52. My brother's 67. Okay, so yeah, it probably would have been the late 70s, early 80s. Why has he been scrubbed? That's a really good question. We're here to pump you up. I don't know why he's got this big brace on his arm. I'm not sure what's going on here, but wait, hold on. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it real? Is it authentic? It definitely is his face. And it has that like vibe of an old picture. Hey, little bit of Lisa. Welcome in. You're 64. You graduated in 79. Okay, so late 70s would be about right. Full ass head of hair then, though. It's too funny. Oh, you sent me some. Oh, okay. I'll have to go back and look in my emails. Maybe I missed that one. Okay, back to the stream.
Correct, Belgrade.
Okay. Staying with the medical issues a little bit. What about, have you had any recent mental health diagnoses at all? I know you mentioned
No.
some from childhood, but what about current?
No.
Nothing.
No.
What about non-diagnosed? What about any mental health issues that you see might be applicable to you, such as, I don't know, like depression or anxiety or that kind of stuff?
Yeah, Lauren's 45.
I have depression every now and then, and anxiety sometimes, but that's not what it used to be.
Thank you. I'm going to check right now.
Okay. So tell me what it used to be. Much worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you were a child, when you were
a kid. Yeah.
Kid. When you think about that, what do you think? What happened? How did it improve for you?
I mean, group homes really helped a lot. I actually became a positive role model to and influence a lot of the clients there, where they were, reliant on me to, and could count on me to help them through struggles and stresses that they were going through.
Oh Lord, you're not in any capacity to help any children. Stop.
How do you think in general you do with stress, coping with stress?
Significantly amazing.
Oh, please.
Okay. What could you talk a little bit more about that?
I handle my stress a lot better than most people who have a hard time with stress. I know my biggest coping skill for stress is music.
Okay.
I get up every day and I usually turn my YouTube Premium on or my Spotify, and I'll just vibe with music. It's literally what makes me get through the day.
Okay. You mentioned some of your strengths earlier. What do you see as some of your challenges, though? Maybe some of your weaknesses.
I got the
I haven't
pictures.
really thought about that, honestly. I try to think positive most of the time.
Okay.
I think a big part of my weakness would probably be communication.
Right.
It's hard for me to open up to things, especially going through what I did with Sarah. She kind of shut me down a little bit, like made myself shut down, and I've been talking to this one girl that her and I really like each other, and one of the things that we agreed upon, is communication with each other. And
did he say YouTube Premium? Because I think we have our first jingo. Did I miss YouTube Premium? Let me know in the chat. Did he say YouTube Premium? He did. We got our first jingo of the day with Stacey Spitz. Cowarded down. Asks medical history, YouTube Premium, and looks away. Turkeys ready. The first jingo. Took us a minute. We're 50 minutes into the live already.
I told her, it's going to be a challenge for me because of the way Sarah treated me.
John plays doctor. Yes, we have 2 more jingos.
And she's understanding. She knows how to work with it. And she's working on that herself too.
This is someone more recent that you're talking to?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Did you? I presume that you don't have children, right?
Thank God.
Oh, okay. Thank Lord.
Was that something you talked about with Sarah?
Yeah, she wanted to have kids.
Leo!
But I couldn't perform I could perform, but I couldn't have kids.
Okay. What do you, I know that's kind of a personal thing. Can you can you elaborate on that? You don't have to, but
I bull rode as a kid. I
Oh my
I was
God.
stupid and hung out with
Oh my God. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Listen.
okay. What do you, I know that's kind of a personal thing. Can you okay. Was that did you I presume that you don't have children, right?
thank God.
Okay. Was that something you talked about with Sarah?
Yeah, she wanted to have kids, but I couldn't perform and I mean, I could perform, but I couldn't have kids.
You couldn't
Okay.
perform.
What do you, I know that's kind of a personal thing. Can you can you elaborate on that? You don't have to, but
I bull rode as a kid. I I was stupid and hung out with a group of buddies, and we all went to his dad's.
We got bull riding on the
ranch.
board. His dad's mansion? What? You were living in group homes, but your friend's dad had a mansion? The fuck? Could you elaborate on how you couldn't perform? What the fuck? Blech.
His dad's ranch and
Oh, ranch. So you were living in a group home, but you went to your friend's dad's ranch. Okay. They roll like that, Andy? Okay.
as a kid. I I was stupid and hung out with a group of buddies, and we all went to his dad's ranch and
Liar. You had no friends. You were bullied. You were called fat fuck. Remember? You were called fat fuck and you were teased. He is such a fucking liar. I don't believe a thing that comes out of his mouth. And that's what's scary, is that they're basing this case on his fucking words.
I was basically dared to hop on a bull, and I did.
Okay.
And I got bucked off the bull, and the bull stomped on my balls pretty much.
Oh my
And
God.
crushed my left nut. If you want.
Oh my God, he said it. I did not have left nut on the board. Fuck. Good God. Oh man, I need my D's nuts. Ugh. He probably just can't perform.
To hop on a bull, and I did.
Okay.
And I got bucked off the bull, and the bull stomped on my balls pretty much. And crushed
Gotcha.
my left nut. If you want to be specific.
So you're not
If you wanna be-
I'm infertile, correct?
yeah, okay. How do you feel about that now?
Thank God I have kids with Sarah.
But what about in general though? Do you
I mean, it sucks
What?
because I do want a kid, and I wanted a kid, but it's
Oh.
hard because I know that as a felon you can't adopt. So,
Oh.
and I wanted a kid, but because I do want a kid.
Oh no, that's present tense. I look at John. See, John's like, oh fuck no. Even John is like, oh fuck no. You don't need no kid. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't like, what the fuck is this?
in general though? Do you
I mean, it sucks because I do want a kid, and I wanted a kid, but
I do want a kid. Oh my God.
it sucks
Weird question.
because I do want a kid, and I wanted a kid, but it's hard because I know that as a felon you can't adopt. So, yeah, it's been a struggle. But
Okay.
again, it's consequence.
Okay, so with weird question, we have yet another jingo. The turkeys, get your voice boxes ready. Fuck. I hope this guy never sees the light of day. If he wants a fucking kid, no way.
Consequences that I have to live with. It's my choices and nobody else's. I'm the one that did the damage.
yeah. How
got
old were
this
you when that
hung.
happened?
High school, so 14, 15.
Okay.
Oh, young black. That's so gross.
Okay. I mean, so what
Ugh.
just in general, how do you relate to children?
Oh my God.
I absolutely adore children.
Oh.
I have nieces and nephews. I think I have like 21.
This is one huge red motherfucking flag right here for a double jingo with red flag. This is another double, and this is a humongous red flag. This, to me, complete red flag.
Say that again. 21 nieces and nephews. Is that what you said? Okay.
Yeah.
And tell me about your relationships with them.
I mean, when I've hung out with them, they loved me, you know.
Fucking 21 nieces and nephews. In my opinion, all need to be questioned about their time spent with him. And exactly, Leo, you read my mind.
I've always been that loving uncle, you know.
No.
They enjoyed hanging out with me and spending time with me, and
no,
you know, they would fall asleep with me, and
no,
you know, it was amazing, you know.
Oh my God. Nope. True Crime with Eve, you had to have heard this. This is a huge red flag, girl. No, this is not normal by any stretch of the imagination. Listen to that again.
They enjoyed hanging out with me and spending time with me, and you know, they would fall asleep with me, and you know, it was amazing, you know.
Amazing.
I have a passion for
my
family, you know, and kids in general. Like,
I have a passion for kids in general. They sleep with me. It was amazing. No. All those nieces and nephews, in my opinion, need to be interviewed. And I think even John seems concerned. He ain't laughing now. This is bottom of the barrel fucking sex offender talk right here. Red flags all the way. And John is picking up on this is fucking nuts.
They enjoyed hanging out with me and spending time with me, and you know, they would fall asleep with me, and you know, it was amazing, you know. I have a passion for my family, you know, and kids in general. Like,
okay, yeah. When you say 21 nieces and nephews, I presume you're talking about
all together,
right? With Jerry's.
Between Jerry's kids mostly, yes.
Jerry's kids mostly, okay. And Jerry's kids would have been a little older.
See, now this is fucked up. He's naming who these kids are. Jerry's kids? What? Young Black, I'm with you. This is opening a whole new can of worms. And he's naming the fucking family members of whose kids they are. Why is he doing this? I agree with that, Opal. Justice for Michael. Why is he naming? I mean, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to find these people. Oh my God. This is dangerous stuff. And they didn't edit any of this out. They're probably reaching out to these family members. You're probably right. Right.
Yeah. Okay. So you do well with kids.
Very well.
What quality? What quality?
No, I think John's a little bit shook. And John did make eye contact with us, by the way. So we have another 1, 2 jingos. Yeah, I don't like that they kept those names in this video at all. This is very unethical. I'm actually really disturbed.
What do you think you possess that you know allows you to be so close to children?
Wait, what?
You think you have? What quality what quality do you think you possess that allows you to be so close to children?
What quality do you possess that allows you to be so close to children?
Honestly, just my heart, my compassion, I guess,
This is definitely PDF talk. My heart, my compassion. Kids don't need a grown man's heart and compassion. Okay. An uncle it has a lot of roles, but this sleeping with and my heart and my compassion, red flags.
how caring I am, how interactive I am.
Oh, interactive. Yeah, that's what my brother always says about being an uncle to my kids. Yeah, it's my heart and my compassion and how interactive I am with them. The fuck? Yeah, young black, this is fucking disturbing.
Okay.
Thank you, Janet.
Let me shift gears a little bit. I heard you mention in there that you said that you had a felony. Is that related to your recent stay in jail?
I have numerous felonies. I have probably 6 or 7 felonies.
All right. Can you tell me a little bit about those?
I mean, nothing severe. My first felony was my federal felony.
Okay.
And that was in 2019.
What happened there?
A false statement during a firearms transaction. I made a mistake on the background check when I bought my gun.
You made a mistake.
And the ATF picked it up. And,
oh, okay. I made a mistake on my... It's always someone else's fault or a technicality. Fuck this guy. This is pissing me the fuck off. Seriously. Oh, my God. What's up, Jules?
Indicted me. I spent 9 months in federal holding and then got 9 months credit for time served and a year of probation.
I think he's been a snitch.
Okay. And so that would have been, let's see, 2019. That would have put you in
Idaho? This guy, I think, has been a snitch because there's no way he would be on the outside with his record. This guy's been a shitbag for years and years and years. Thank you, Salty, for your $5 super chat. I appreciate you. This guy had to have been some kind of snitch.
No, Montana.
Oh, you were still in Montana. So you married,
Correct.
but you married Sarah in 2018. You didn't move to Idaho until later?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't move to Idaho until 2020. So here's how it kind of went down. So I got indicted by the feds in 2019 on my first charge. I did 9 months federal holding. Never made it to prison.
Never made it to prison.
April 4th, 2019. So I was initially picked up by the feds in 2018, July of 2018. So I was in federal holding from July 2018 all the way until April 4th, 2019.
Okay. What type of, just out of curiosity, what type of a firearm were you purchasing?
Pistol.
And what was did you have a purpose for that?
A sidearm for hunting.
Okay. So tell me about that quickly. What you mentioned hunting earlier. I mean, so hunting is something you enjoy?
Oh, grew up hunting. I still bow hunt. I love bow hunting because that's the only thing I can do.
Okay. When did you start hunting?
Oh, young. Probably. I took hunter safety when I was 12.
Okay. And just tell me a little bit more about that. What were there specific hunts you were going on, or what were you hunting?
Elk, deer, birds. I mean.
Okay.
What?
Mostly in Montana.
Montana.
Okay. So you have the federal charge in 2019. It's a felony, obviously, that sticks, right? And then you said you had 5 or 6 others charges?
Yeah. So throughout the time of moving to Idaho, Yeah, Idaho. So after 2020, I acquired like 6 other felonies. I think it was about 6. But writing a bad check or negotiating a bad check, writing checks to places knowing I didn't have the funds in the account.
Okay.
And then, so I got felonies for those. I did 2 or 3 of them. I have a theft, a Class C theft from Walmart. I think that one actually turned out to be a misdemeanor. So maybe I only have like 4 or 5 felonies. But
Oh, that's it? 4 or 5?
I can send you the screenshots of my
Mm.
background check that I did through Uber about a month ago, so you can see them.
Oh my God. Does Uber let this motherfucker deliver food? Stop it. Uber needs to see this motherfucker. I'll tell you what, this motherfucker delivers food where my grandchild lives? Hell no. How the hell is he an Uber driver? Oh, what? And we have Grayson suing Uber? No way. He passed a background for Uber? The last thing he should be doing is going door to door. What? Driving through neighborhoods? Is he Ubering food or rides? She's suing Uber because she got into a fender bender with an Uber driver. She wants him to pay her deductible in attorney's fees.
For 5 felonies, but I can send you the screenshots of my background check that I did through Uber about a month ago, so you can see them.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that an Uber driver can be a 6-time felon. Oh, yes, I am shocked. And I probably shouldn't be surprised. They have to do the background check, I think, to give rides. He's lying, says Flo. She says, fuck it, he's lying. He is accused of murdering 5-year-old Michael Vaughn and kidnapping him.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren's not on here anymore, but I was going to say, if you can shoot those, can you text her those or something?
You want me to do it right now, or you want me to wait?
No. Whenever, just later's fine.
Oh, I got you.
For making it happen.
Wow.
Thank you.
Canvas and Crime says you can use Uber to get medication too. Hey, Robat. Maybe Uber just checks the driving record. Make sure you have a valid license. Is that it? God, isn't that scary? I've had that happen a lot too, Kelly Mack. Isn't that scary to think about with Uber, though? You literally have someone, hand it to me type thing. And you don't know who the fuck is handing it to you. Don't do hand it to me. Leave at the door. Just always have them leave the fucking food at the door. You don't need to open your door to anybody. That's effed up. Do they say why he was kidnapped? Yes. The original plan was to sell little 5-year-old Monkey Vaughn. And they were going to get a $10,000 cut. Hey, Crimes. It is scary, but do we think taxi drivers were better? No, I think it's more of the coming to the door and handing food. You open your door, you never know what could happen. My sister was brutally assaulted by a driver. Everyone, please always be safe. I'm so sorry that happened to her, Kylie. Yeah, that's their story. I wonder if they've sold children before. Right, me too. And I think the connection was Adrian Lucien, who they can't find. They can't find Adrian. He's got a warrant for his arrest. He's been known to be in Toledo, Ohio. And they can't find the fourth guy. It happened in Denver. Wow. I remember seeing you comment on that when we were talking about the CrimeCon Uber fiasco. I'm so sorry that happened. It's very scary. My daughter's gotten creeped out in Ubers and called me and just left the phone open so I could hear what was going on. We're going to be going over all the Stacey interviews on my other channel too.
It's not that critical. I'm
Yeah.
there's
no. That's
I
fine.
have no reason to verify your, your
Yeah, good. I don't have a problem disclosing it. It's all public record anyway. So.
Yeah. Right. So mostly financial crimes, fraud.
Yeah.
Hey, Sunflower.
Correct. And some of those were felonies, some were misdemeanors.
2 were misdemeanors, the rest
Oh,
were
God.
Felonies, some were
That
misdemeanors.
wasn't on my fucking bingo card.
2 were misdemeanors, the rest were the other one was
God damn.
2 were misdemeanors, the rest were the other one was I think a felony. And then I have the 2 Fed charges, so
Was the latest charge the latest charge was some firearm?
That was a federal charge.
He's burping.
Okay. And tell me about that.
I sold you would have thought I would have learned after becoming a felon not to have guns, but I've always been intrigued by guns.
Oh my God.
I'm just a gun prick.
Why?
You know?
What's intrigued you about guns?
I just love guns. I don't know. I love shooting. I love shooting things. The gun I sold was a 17 caliber HMR. It's a 22 caliber necked down to a 17.
What?
Velocity is like 3,500
You're
feet
a
per second
felon, dude.
out the muzzle. It's accurate up to like 200 yards, 300 yards at tops.
See?
I don't know. I had that. I had a Creedmoor, 6.5 Creedmoor. I've had an AR-15. I've had like 2 different 17 HMRs.
What the?
Had an odd 6, 30 odd 6. Yeah, just different guns. I've always been a gun person. 22s. But
were those?
Ooh, John is concerned. You can see John's concern. Believe it or not, he's like, what the fuck? Thank you, Maria, for your super chat. When I have to use Uber, I always share my location with my hubby and daughter. When I have food delivered, I always wait outside for them. Thank you for your super chat. And be careful. Be careful waiting outside. Let them leave it at the door. Leave specific directions. I don't want anybody to get hurt. But thank you, Maria.
So I assume most
Sharing
of those were
location
pre-felony?
is smart.
correct. Except for like the 17s and the 6.5 Creedmoors and the AR-15. I mean, those are after felony, but there's a website that I use where you can buy guns without doing background checks. It's like a classified website.
Okay. What? And do you have any guns now? Then?
Oh hell no! I would never fuck with a gun again a day in my life.
Okay.
Okay.
But you love them
tell
so
me
much.
about the latest felony you had was some violation.
Felon in possession of a firearm.
Okay. And what year was that?
2023.
Okay.
2023. Still
And
ain't changed
you
his
were
evil
obviously
ways.
Convicted. You said that you were never put in prison though. You were just held in jail.
Correct. Federal.
How does this guy he's got to be some kind of a snitch. There's something up with this dude. I don't like it. How in 2023 did he violate his probation with a firearm charge and he's not in fucking prison? How many people get away with having that many felonies? Nah, there's something deeper with this guy. There's definitely, I feel something deeper.
Okay. And you were obviously convicted. You said that you were never put in prison though. You were just held in jail.
Correct. Federal holding.
Mm-hmm.
And
Federal holding while you snitched on who?
okay. What was your sentence on that?
21 months with 18 months credit for time served and 3 years supervised release.
Wow, what a fucking deal you got, motherfucker. What a deal. You hear that?
Okay. What was your sentence on that?
21 months with 18 months credit for time served and 3 years supervised release.
What? So he did 3 months? Wow. I think he has been in, I don't know if he's been in Montana. I don't know. He has all these snitch deals, right?
Okay. So you're just starting your supervised release.
Uh-huh.
now or fairly recently?
In November 6th.
Okay. What are your, besides not owning
He didn't
firearms,
say where that was, but he's been living in Idaho, right?
what are some of the conditions of your parole?
No alcohol, no drug use, no associating with known felons. Other than that, I mean, it's super laid back. I mean, I could travel anywhere in the whole state of Idaho without getting permission from the probation officer. Whereas, like, if you're on state probation, you can only travel within your jurisdiction that you live. So
Okay.
Ada County is a jurisdiction. Canyon County is a jurisdiction.
He is sleuthy for sure.
Federal holding, you have a jurisdiction, but you're not bound to stay in that jurisdiction if you want to travel. As long if you want to leave out of state, then you have to get permission from your PO. But you can literally travel anywhere in the whole state of Idaho at any time, or the state that you reside in, without getting permission.
So you can go, in other words, like you said, you can go across county lines.
Correct.
Okay. And where are you now? Are you
Ada County?
So are you in Fruitland still, or
No,
somewhere
Boise.
else? I'm sorry,
Boise.
Boise. Okay, gotcha. And I think you mentioned the other day that you are
Staying in a shelter.
What's that?
Staying in a shelter.
Shelter. So not like a halfway house. Shelter, homeless shelter.
Correct.
Okay. On that issue, what is there? Are there some stipulations about employment in your conditions? Yeah.
Yeah,
brother.
There is, but my PO's understanding, because I've literally been red flagged from employment. I've been red flagged from hotels.
Okay. Why have you been red flagged?
Because of the accusations that have been made against me. The allegations.
Okay. Well, let's dig into that a little bit.
Here it goes.
Here it goes. Yeah.
Blast off.
Blast off? Okay, here it goes. Yeah, he's a career criminal for sure.
Dig into that a little bit.
Here it goes.
Here it goes. Yeah.
Blast off.
Do you feel like you've provided a decent understanding? I feel like I know you a lot better from just asking you some questions about your history. And do you feel like that you've given us a good picture, or
absolutely
are there some things I've missed here that you want to tell us about yourself before we?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so I don't know. I'll let you take the lead here. Just tell me about this whole situation.
So you start with the questions. I'll just answer.
I think the easiest place to start would be with the date of Michael's disappearance on July.
Okay, so they're getting into Michael now, and he says, blast off. And I don't know if John's just trying to kind of meet him where he is, but I think there's a boundary. Even if I was doing an interview, like I've interviewed a lot of people, not a lot, but I've interviewed people, and if they said something that I found inappropriate, I don't think I'd laugh like that. I just don't. Hey, Deborah. But he is keeping him talking. So, yeah, I mean, he does look uncomfortable to me as well, to be fair. I'm not a fan of John, but he does look uncomfortable, especially when he talked about the 21 nieces and nephews. John looked extremely uncomfortable, and he actually looked mad when he talked about the guns. Island Girl, thank you so much for your super chat. I wish I was on an island right now. Not that kind of island, though. I take that back.
July 27th, 2021. So Michael goes missing, presumably late afternoon, early evening. I presume that, I know you've talked about this some other places, but I presume people have asked you about a timeline. Could you maybe reiterate some of that or talk about that?
Yeah, so I mean, July 27th was it's a normal day for us. We owned a taxi company. I still own the taxi company.
Okay.
He still owns the taxi company.
This
is a year ago.
Got up, did our morning routine, breakfast, showered, coffee. It's your average normal routine in the morning. And I know Adrian wanted to go see his son or daughter, I believe, that lived in Nampert or Boise. I don't remember exactly. So Sarah and Brandon had taken Adrian approximately 11, I want to say, in the morning, and took him to his location. We went to Ross, did some shopping for Adrian. I think it was Ross.
So he's talking through the day that Monkey went missing. Monkey didn't go missing until the evening time, like 6:30ish in the evening. He's giving an account from the beginning of their day.
Because he wanted
So let me just stop you for a second. So just to clarify that Sarah and yourself, obviously you're married, you're living together, but Brandon and Adrian are also at this point
staying with us at the time.
They're staying with you in your house. So explain that to me. Like, why are they living with you guys?
So Brandon, Sarah and I have known Brandon for since 2020. I met Brandon before Sarah met Brandon. I met Brandon doing a moving job, I believe, through Labor Dave's. Labor Dave is
Okay, so what I'm going to do today, we're going to kind of mix up a review and a true crime review. So now that he's talking about Monkey and Brandon, we were talking about Brandon Shurtleff. If you're not familiar with this case, listen close, because when this is done, I'm going to show you an interview with Brandon talking about the exact same timeline and how that coincides with the probable cause affidavit against Stacey. So just bear with me. Bear with me. There's going to be a whole big come together with this information that you're hearing right now. So let's go back. This is how he met Brandon, he says.
Sarah and I have known Brandon for since 2020. I met Brandon before Sarah met Brandon. I met Brandon doing a moving job, I believe, through Labor Dave's. Labor Dave is a independent contractor out of Boise, which to my knowledge, I heard he deceased, but I'm not 100% sure on that. His name was David Fears.
Okay.
Now we're dropping names again. See, he dropped another name. You know, why would they not remove these names?
Then after I met Brandon, we kind of stayed in contact, after the job, and Sarah and I were staying at a hotel in June when I got out of prison, in 2020. I got out May 4th, 2020, and we stayed at a hotel in Boise pending Sarah's parents' house in Fruitland, the one we were living in, waiting for it to become vacant because previous tenants were moving out. So we stayed in a hotel for a month that our parents paid for. We stayed at the Airport Inn in Boise. And Brandon had come and visit us quite a bit at the Airport Inn and hung out with us and went swimming with us and stuff like that. And then
they also are known to make fake accounts that look like girls to, quote, scam people out of money.
That's how we met Brandon. And so Brandon came into our life and, was kind of down and out and looking for a place to kind of chill and hang out. And it one night turned into the, helping him out with a place to stay, then turned into the next night, and then ended up, just pretty much being like an on and off person that stayed at our house. Sarah and I were very firm believers in helping people.
Okay.
We love to help people out. We're just Christian based, always believed in, giving the shirt off our back to help somebody. And so that's how Brandon came about. And then Adrian came about from a taxi ride that he called our line and wanted a taxi ride, claimed he was living behind a dumpster in Caldwell and all this other nonsense or whatever. I don't know what's the truth or what's not the truth, but gave Sarah a sob story because I didn't pick him up. Sarah did. And this was way before Michael went missing, by the way, like early July. And Adrian gave Sarah that sob story about living behind a dumpster and whatnot, and said he was looking for a place to live for a little bit at the time being, that he had unemployment income from New York, is what he said.
Okay.
And I were like, okay, because he was like, I'll pay you guys like $250 a week. I'm like, okay, you know. And so Sarah called me and was like, how do you feel about this? And at that time, you know, I told Sarah, I was like, I don't really think it's going to be a good idea because, you know, we don't really have the finances to help. You know what I mean? To support somebody, like he really has to be serious about paying his way. And it was just it was a shit show pretty much.
Did he? So, but did Adrian? So Adrian moves in after you meet him on the taxi ride, early July 2021. Does
Correct.
he pay you rent or not?
It became a hassle. So he said he was getting paid like that next week. Ended up being a situation where his money didn't come through or some shit like that. And he's like, well, I'll get you guys double next week. And then so next week he only paid half of what he was supposed to pay on the double. And it just became a progressive issue, which is why we kicked him out in August, or like late July or August. I don't remember exactly, but you know, that's how Adrian came about. You know, he was initially just a taxi ride and, you know, needed a place to live. And I was opposed to it, but Sarah convinced me and was like, you know, let's just try to help him. I was like, fine.
And why did you guys kick him out? And so he was only with you for a couple months?
Correct.
And why did you end up kicking him out so soon?
He just became a problem. He was problematic, a lot of drama, and Sarah was doing things behind my back with him sexually. And I found out about it, and it became a significant issue, you know?
Okay. So were you the one who kicked him out then?
No, Sarah did.
Sarah did?
Yeah.
Even though I think you just kind of said that she was being unfaithful to you with him.
Yeah. No, I pretty much told Sarah that he needed to go.
Okay.
So Sarah went and told him he had to go.
Okay. So
I initiated it. Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to understand that. So you wanted him out, but you, for whatever reasons, you couldn't tell him directly.
It's just hard for me, you know, like, I'm not mean like that, you know, but I just couldn't, I didn't have it in me, you know? So I told Sarah she needed to get rid of him.
Okay. So she's the one who went in and actually had to tell him and
Correct.
To leave.
Correct.
And how did was he okay with that? Did he leave?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. So, well, thanks for helping me understand why or how Brandon and Adrian landed in your home.
Mm-hmm.
And the home, by the way, just to clarify, so the home belonged to Sarah's parents?
Yes.
Correct.
They're the owners of the home. Do they still own that home?
Yes.
Is somebody living there now?
No, they're talking about renting it out again.
Okay. So let's go back to the 27th. So you said you woke up kind of
Did you catch that? Sarah's parents still own the home and they're getting ready to rent it to someone a year ago.
Normal day. Sarah and Brandon are going to take Adrian to visit his son in, did you say Nampa?
Nampa or Boise, yeah.
And so, like, what time are we talking about with that?
About 11 o'clock, if I recall.
So do they leave then at 11 a.m. and go do that?
Correct.
Okay, so they go with Adrian to Nampa. That presumably leaves you alone at the house at 11.
Correct.
So keep walking me through it.
So Sarah calls me about an hour or so later, says that there's a taxi ride that needs to go from Ontario to Boise. I was like, okay, I can do that. So I got ready and shoes and socks and everything like that, and got in a Lexus that we had, and about 1 o'clock it took off.
Did he say she was in socks?
So I got ready and shoes and socks and everything like that. And
Oh, shoes and socks and everything like that. Never mind.
got in a Lexus that we had, and about 1 o'clock it took off.
Okay. So that would have been roughly one-ish, one in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that taxi ride take?
It takes about 60 minutes to get from Fruitland to Boise.
So you're back roughly by 3:30-ish?
No, I hung out in Boise with Labor Dave. I went and stopped at his house for probably, I would say, 20 or 30 minutes maybe. And then made it back, or drove back to Ontario. Went to, I think I had to go pick up another taxi call that wanted to go to A&W in Ontario. So I took them, went to Ontario, and mind you, I have timestamps from me going to the A&W in Ontario. Just so you
Right.
know.
Yeah, right. I'm sure you'll. Have you been interviewed by the police yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so obviously they're gonna look at
everything. Yeah.
So the taxi call is roughly 3:30-ish until like what, 4?
Say about 4:30 or maybe I would say probably 4:30 or 5 in that time zone. Got back, Sarah and Brandon and Adrian had stayed in Boise. He stayed the night.
Okay.
And so it was just Sarah and Brandon at the house. I got home. They were just hanging out on their phones, just doing their thing. And Sarah told me that Brandon wanted to go pick up his car from CUNA and needed it. And we had to tow it because he blew the spark plugs out of the cylinders.
Okay.
Good Lord.
So wait, this is Brandon's car wasn't working?
Correct.
So where was his car?
CUNA.
Okay. That's in the voice. Where is that?
It's about 48 minutes from Fruitland.
Okay. So by my calculations, this would put us around 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And you and Sarah and Brandon are going to go get his car?
Correct.
So you get in your vehicle to do that?
Yeah. So, we went and I grabbed the tow strap from the garage because we didn't have a trailer, so I had to tow it. Keep in mind, we had to tow it with a strap.
Okay.
So went to we got everything ready. Brandon, got all of his clothes ready, and because he had a bunch of clothes, dirty clothes, and so he got his clothes ready, put them in.
Okay, remember this part. He had a bunch of dirty clothes, and he put his dirty clothes in a bag. Remember this part when we flip over to Brandon in just a little bit.
His duffel bag. And
the duffel bag. So the story in the probable cause affidavit that just came out when he was charged with murder was that they duct taped little Michael and put him into a duffel bag. So mind you, this is a year ago. He's talking about the duffel bag.
Got his clothes ready, put him in his duffel bag, and went through the garage and up through the tow strap in the back of the truck, and then we took off. We stopped outside the subdivision on the Southwest 8th and about Arizona Street a little bit before, pulled off and then mind you, Sarah's driving, Brandon's in the back seat behind me, and I'm in the passenger side.
Okay.
All right, so we've got Sarah, Brandon, and Stacey together. Andy, are you fucking kidding me? She said her live from this morning was struck. Was it a copyright? What kind of strike was it? Privacy or copyright? I'm waiting to see. Yeah, go take care of that. Fuck.
I'm a big guy, so it's hard for me to...
Harassment and bullying. You have got to be kidding me. Yeah, appeal that shit. Facts. Facts are harassment and bullying. Wow.
I'm in the passenger side.
Okay.
I'm a big guy, so it's hard for me to drive all the time. I was
Okay.
hard for me to drive for a lot all the time. So, and Sarah was a good driver, so I just let her do it.
Okay.
So we stopped, and I needed to put power steering fluid in the truck because it was whining super bad, and it was a known issue. You know what I mean? I hadn't put this. So that was the first time we used the truck that day. But usually every day we have to fill it up, and so.
Wait, say it again. Every day you had to put power steering fluid in it?
Correct.
Every day?
Correct.
Was there a leak in the?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, so here, a quick question. So I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a second, okay? Right? Because knowing that, wouldn't you put the power steering fluid in before you left for the trip? You're saying you had to stop.
Yeah, we did stop because it wasn't so. When you start the truck, it didn't make the noise right away. The truck had to warm up a little bit. But
Okay.
as we left out of the neighborhood or out of our subdivision is when we noticed, when we made the left turn outside the neighborhood, is when we noticed it was really bad.
Okay.
I was like, hey, Sarah, let's stop and let me top off the power steering fluid. It wasn't empty, but it was low enough to where it was causing it to whine.
Okay, so it's important to note that in the probable cause affidavit here, it states that they stopped and I believe made Brandon get out to see if Michael was still alive. And they stated that he was making noises.
And I'd known I'm a mechanic, you know what I mean? So I know, I know when something needs something. And
Okay.
that was why we didn't fill it up before we left, because it just wasn't it didn't act like it needed it.
Okay.
But
So
when we
even though you knew, again, like I'm thinking of what I would do in your scenario. Like okay, so my car is older and it eats a ton of oil, right?
Oh
so I
my
know like every
God.
month I have to put in,
Mhm.
a couple quarts of oil, otherwise my engine's going to blow up. So, but I don't
Yeah.
stop to do that. I'll do that, at
Sure,
home
you have
in
an
the
old
driveway.
car. Mhm.
Like knowing that.
And
you have this
honestly,
issue.
I can't even see this guy opening up a fucking bottle of oil.
just to sure you're aware too, I think it might have been more of like I just didn't think to put it in before we left.
Okay.
I don't think it was that I was avoiding the issue, because I usually always kept everything topped off. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And I think it was more so like I just forgot to top it off. And again, you can't really tell that it needs something, it needed fluid until like made the whining noise, and it didn't do that until after it heated up.
Okay. So you hear the whining noise, you stop the truck. I'm just guessing on the time here. You can correct me, but you're stopping around, maybe, is it like 5:30-ish at this point?
I think we left the house more so like 6.
Okay. So you're stopping the truck at 6:15-ish,
Correct.
6:20.
Correct.
Okay, and you're stopping somewhere outside of your neighborhood a little bit, I
Correct.
assume. And how long does it take you to put the fluid in?
10, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, maybe a minute.
Okay, but I mean, you have to stop, you have to put the hood up, right? I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh, all together. I mean, I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
What? And so, I mean, I don't know the exact timelines here in terms of, when Michael's leaving his home or goes missing or anything. I have no idea. I know it's afternoonish, but you stop. Do you notice anything at that point?
Not at that point. I mean, I had Sarah pop the hood.
Okay.
I got out of the truck, passenger side, walked around, open the latch on the hood, put the hood up, popped the power steering cap off, poured some fluid in it. I noticed there was a kid playing further down the road. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh my God, the fuck? Oh, look at John's face. He's like, is this over already? So Stacey claims he sees a child, but it definitely wasn't Michael, is what he says.
Poured some fluid in it. I noticed there was a kid playing further down the road. Excuse me, sorry. But it wasn't Michael. I can tell that 100%. This kid was definitely older, probably 9, 10 years old, dark hair. He did look more like, excuse my language, more like a Mexican. or like, Hispanic. He just wasn't Michael's description at all.
How old was this boy that you saw, would you guess?
I'd say probably 8, 9, 10 years old. Definitely older, like more physique. You know what I mean? Like when more filled in, more defined.
Did you on that issue, did you know some of the kids in the neighborhood?
No.
You didn't know
No.
any of the kids in the neighborhood?
No, we didn't hang out with it. You're like,
well, I mean, you might see them or drive by
yeah,
them.
we saw them. Yeah, we see kids, but we never personally know. On a personal level, no, we never. Sarah and I didn't really hang out with a lot of the neighbors. We kind of stayed to ourselves. There wasn't.
Except for the registered sex offenders that they hung out with. Except for the registered sex offenders that they hung out with. I think that Sam over at PNW counted, I want to say 20 RSOs that they are affiliated with. And Andy, yes, she got a strike for harassment and bullying, which is community guidelines. And I don't think YouTube tells you who reported it, but it's kind of obvious considering her topic.
Like, we didn't even, when Michael Vaughn went missing, we didn't even know who Michael Vaughn was. Never heard the name. Didn't know where never know that name existed. Like, didn't even know who he was. Didn't know his family. Nothing. Never even been down the street that he lived on.
Didn't know if he was family? What? Hold on. What?
Never heard the name. Didn't know where never know that name existed. Like, didn't even know who he was. Didn't know his family. Nothing.
Oh, didn't know his family. Okay.
Never even been down the street that he lived on.
Okay. And so when did you learn that Michael Vaughn went missing, by the way?
When we got back into the neighborhood.
That night?
Yes.
Okay. How did you learn that he was missing? That seems pretty quick.
Well, no, we learned it because we got back into the neighborhood later on that night, like 10:30, 11 o'clock. Maybe 11:15. I don't know. Got back and noticed that the whole neighborhood was swarmed with people.
Okay.
And I told Sarah to stop. And we stopped. Brandon was steering his car behind us. And Sarah and I were in the truck, and we stopped and rolled down our window and asked what was going on. They said a little boy has disappeared.
Okay.
And we were shocked. We're like, never even heard of this happening. I mean, out of the years the year and a half we lived at our house, none of this has ever happened. Never heard of it. And so it was a shock to us, like we're like, this is weird. This is supposed to be a secure neighborhood, Gotcha.
Right. Well, okay. So let's go back to your, okay. Well, let me ask you that. I got to ask you this before I continue with this, but, when you were leaving, assuming that I don't know the timelines here, but when you're leaving around 6 or whatever, and you stop around 6:15 or 6:20 for the steering fluid, did you happen to see any suspicious vehicles, or
no?
Did you happen to see any suspicious people in the neighborhood?
Not at all.
Okay. You just saw this one.
Thank you so much, Janet, for your super sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support.
Younger boy.
Yeah, nothing was nothing was weird about it. Like, he just looked like a boy who was just playing in the neighborhood.
Do you remember? I know you were trying to get your fluid in and move on, but I mean, it seems like this could be an important moment. Did you notice anything about the boy? Do you remember what he was playing with? What he was wearing? Anything like that?
I know he had like a couple toys, but it was in the yard. You know what I mean? There was nothing. There was nothing weird about it. Like, it just seemed like a normal neighborhood boy, and no different from any other day that we drove or left our neighborhood. I mean, there's people all over.
Was he sitting down? Was he walking? What
No,
do you remember?
He was standing up in the yard.
Standing up? Was he walking somewhere?
No, he was just standing around in the yard.
Okay, like by himself, I guess.
If I recall right, yeah. I mean, he was. I mean, inside a residential area. You know what I mean? Like his own. I assumed it would have been his own home.
Was he? Do you remember where was he in relationship to Michael Vaughn's house? Do you remember by any chance?
Complete opposite side, like whole nother street.
Okay.
He was on 8th Street. Michael's house was on 9th Street, which you literally have to drive like 500 feet to the next street. You know what I mean? And I don't know where Michael's house is. Like I said, I've never been on that street.
Yeah, maybe I don't understand your neighborhood well, but so you, prior to learning he was missing, you didn't know who he was, and you'd never ever been on that street before.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess what you guys have to realize is that this guy and other suspects have done interviews as well. This guy's talked on tons of channels, not just theirs.
Hey,
So-
Does that count as picks up a book? Him flipping through these pages? I think we got a blackout board. We did it, Cooterville. We did it. We filled the board. Let's get Craig in here.
Ramen.
Egghead,
I'm hungry.
dreadhead, shaking my dread.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew he had some kind of paperwork there.
question for you. Can we I was wondering if we could end this about 9, if that's okay.
Yeah, let's see. I think your time difference, like 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
My phone's got like 20% and I don't have a way to charge my phone, so.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Let's shoot for your time difference is throwing me off, but we'll shoot for, let's say 30 minutes if that works.
That's good with me. Is that good?
So, okay, so you change the steering fluid. It's roughly 6:15, 6:20-ish. You drive off with Sarah and Brandon to get the truck.
Get the car.
I'm sorry, the car. What time do you think it is roughly when you exit town?
I don't think he has a house.
I don't remember. I'd say probably maybe 6:45, 6:50.
I think they paid him too.
And then you drive to you said it's like 40 plus minutes.
Correct.
So you get to the location of Brandon's car around 7:30-ish.
Yeah, 7:40, 7:30-ish, yeah.
Okay, and then you tow the car. Well, you must have spent some time there. And then you return to the neighborhood around
10:30, 11 o'clock.
Okay. So you get the car, you spend some time there, I guess?
Yeah.
And then before
Brandon washed his laundry at his mom's house.
Okay.
Because he didn't have any clean clothes at our house. Not that we didn't have a washer and dryer, but Brandon was very weird in a lot of ways. He liked to do things the way he liked, just like he liked to drink his water at his house. More than he drank our water at our house, but he drinks so much water at our house, so I don't even know.
Okay, this is really weird about the water, because we're going to hear from Brandon that the reason they left Stacey and Sarah's house was to go fill up water jugs at his mom's.
That's why I said his stories don't match up. But he just ended up doing a load of laundry at his house and then went back. We'll cover this, touch it. But long story short, he went back the following day with Sarah so he could dry his clothes. But the night in question when we towed his vehicle back, he had brought in fresh clothes with him.
Okay, and did he repair his vehicle before the next day?
Oh no, it wasn't even when it wasn't something that was going to happen overnight. Not at all. I mean, I literally was going to help him fix his car, and then I realized how much pain in the ass it was going to be, because I would have had to go rethread all of the cylinder holes where the spark plugs were, because he blew them out.
Okay, so so tell me what you get his car back. What do you guys do that night? You get back around 10:30-ish, 10:45, I think you said.
Yes.
What happens that evening and the next morning?
So I was unloading. After we stopped and found out that a little boy went disappeared. We drove back, finished driving back to our house.
Do you hear that? Little boy he was going to say, we found out a little boy got abducted, but then he changed it to disappeared, because he knows what happened to Michael. He knows that Michael was abducted. Okay. But at the very beginning, they thought he was just running around the neighborhood. They thought they were going to call and, find him. They thought he was, just running around. neighbors had seen him. Another neighbor said she saw him on the tricycle.
I was unloading. After we stopped and found out that a little boy went disappeared. We drove back, finished driving back to our house. And we went to Brandon and Sarah went and looked for Michael to help look for him. And then I was at home detaching the car from the truck because we were taking up the length of the street.
Okay.
Yep.
So you were, Sarah and Brandon were out and about in the neighborhood trying to maybe locate Michael, and you were at home by yourself?
Correct.
And when did they get back? Do you remember?
About probably, I want to say 12:30ish in the morning.
Oh, so
They were
they
out for a chunk of time, yeah.
They spent a couple of hours?
Yeah. They went out looking for him.
Okay. And what were you doing during that time? Do you remember?
I think I went and passed out. Honestly, after I got the truck and done and stuff like that,
he passed out.
If I recall right, I probably fell asleep. I was pretty exhausted. But I know when Sarah came home and Brandon came home, and I asked if they were able to help find anything, and they said no.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah was screwing them all.
What about, so you passed out, you went to sleep somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
What about the next morning? What do you guys do the next morning? Do you remember?
I think I just stayed home waiting for taxi calls. Sarah took Brandon to his house to go finish his laundry. And then they came back.
Okay, so then the next day, remember this, Sarah, his wife, and Brandon go back to Brandon's mom's the next day.
A few hours later, we just carried on our daily routine.
Okay. Yeah. What time did they leave to go back to Brandon's house?
Early morning, probably 9 or 10.
Okay. Again, I have to ask, did you see anything?
Yep. Crimes, I
or
agree.
Sarah or Brandon, did they see anything suspicious in the neighborhood or
no
unusual?
Not at all.
Okay. What? So I have to ask you about this because it's there's a because I think it's really important, but I want you to help me understand it actually. So there was an article when Sarah was arrested and she was charged with the felony, the failure to report a death.
Mm-hmm.
She made some statements to the police in the probable cause statement. And it's a little confusing to me. So I thought I would just ask you about it because it seems really important. But Sarah says, she tells the police, quote, "I never murdered anyone." She says these are direct quotes about what Sarah said. Quote,
"The Most Highest God told me that."
Yeah. "The Most High God already told me who did it." Then she told the police, quote, "Oh, wow, the Most High God just told me that Stacey was the one who killed him and buried him in the yard of the neighbor's house." What's going on there?
Sarah's completely psycho.
Okay.
I don't even know where I was in jail, so I don't even know where she got such a thing. It makes no sense at all. She goes off on tangents.
She lost it, is what happened.
I literally think that she was living in a demonic state of mind. I can tell, like I told everybody here, like I don't even know anything about this little boy or anything of him or his family or anything. I know I would not ever do something like this in my existence on Earth. Like I can't. I don't even have a heart to get in a fight with somebody and hurt them.
So
damn.
So Sarah,
I did not. Fuck. I did not have these fucking burps on the bingo card. Jingo. God damn. This was 1 year ago. Lindsay.
So Sarah basically points the finger at you, but I think what maybe troubled me the most about this article is that
to get in a fight with somebody in person.
John flinch.
So,
God damn. Woo.
so Sarah basically points the finger at you, but I think what maybe troubled me the most about this article is that you had also told police, you had given police a tip that Michael was buried somewhere in the yard. So it seemed like you kind of corroborated Sarah's story. Tell me about that.
No, so at that time, I was being interrogated by the police, the detectives, and everybody else, and I had told them at least they did probably 4 interviews with me, 5 interviews, and each and every one of those videos, interviews, I literally told them, I do not have any information for you. I don't know what happened to this little boy, and I don't even know who this person is or his family or anything. I know nothing of him. And now keep in mind with my disabilities and stuff, like part of, and I'm just telling you how it works with somebody with fetal alcohol syndrome.
Oh, stop it.
When somebody gets interrogated to the point of to so much pressure, when somebody gets with fetal alcohol syndrome gets put in an extensive amount of pressure,
okay,
their automatic response is to respond with something to get them off their back, to get them off their case.
Okay.
So I made up that fable saying that he was buried in the backyard, knowing damn well there was nobody ever buried in the backyard. But
okay. So he made up a fable, a fucking fable, that he was buried in the backyard, but nobody was buried in the backyard. And hello, Scotland. Happy Friday to you. So it was all a fable. And when the cadaver dogs led right to their front door and right to their backyard, that also must have been a fable, right? The only home out of 300 homes that the dogs hit on were the Wondra's house. But that was just a fable.
Made it that because I wanted to get them off my back.
Oh.
I was tired of being.
Yeah.
I was in so much pressure and like literally tears.
Okay.
Because I didn't have anything to give them, and they were like, "Oh, you know something? Tell us what you know." I don't fucking know anything. I don't have the funniest clue what you guys are referring to.
Okay.
And so that's when I came up with that fable and told them he was buried in the backyard. And I specifically, now keep in mind, they kept pointing out the shed. I never told them he was buried by the shed. I said, if you walk out the back door of the backyard, you walk straight towards the middle of the fence, he's right in the middle of the backyard. They specifically dug in that spot and found nothing. I knew they wouldn't.
Okay.
Because there was no boy ever buried in that yard.
So just so I'm
okay, so he says there was no boy buried there, but however, they did haul away a ton of dirt from that backyard, and we don't know what was found in that dirt because we're not privy to that information just yet.
I'm clear. When you make these points, just so I'm clear, and just so we can dismiss that you're involved in this at all, would you be willing to say that I don't know what the police have looked at? I don't know if they've gone through your house. I'm not sure what they've done, but would it be fair to say that there would be no trace evidence whatsoever of Michael Vaughn in your yard, in your house,
absolutely,
on your porch, anywhere around your property at all? There should not be any trace evidence or evidence that Michael Vaughn was ever at your residence. Would that be an accurate?
Correct.
Could you confirm that, please?
Absolutely, I confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Held him to the fire on that one, John.
So, when you say that the police pressure was really intense, I guess I understand what you're saying about like the fetal alcohol for sure. It's got to be difficult. But, I had asked you earlier about how you cope with stress, and you said that you were really good with coping with stress. So you contradicted yourself a little there. Could you just explain that then?
Like I said, my biggest key essential to coping with stress is music.
Okay.
I didn't have that opportunity to listen to music in jail.
Okay.
So when you're in jail, you have to find alternative ways to cope with things because you're confined in a space.
That's where you belong,
I did not have the
motherfucker.
same coping skills that I used on the outs. that I could use in jail.
For making it happen.
Wow. Farty Marty, my boyfriend just walked in the room and asked, is that his brother? Wow. Thank you for your super chat. Woo, we thought it was uncanny, but damn. We got an innocent bystander even thinking so.
And so it was very hard for me.
He was in jail on like a firearms charge or something.
Normally, I'm very good at, like I said, coping with being under pressure, being under stressful situations. But when you're in jail, it's a whole nother ballgame. You don't have resources or alternative to just
the eyes, bro.
Being under pressure, being under stressful situations. But when you're in jail, it's a whole nother ballgame. You don't have resources or alternative.
Fuck your resources
to help you relieve stress other than deep breaths and being interrogated.
Wow. The audacity other than deep breaths as they suffocated a 5-year-old. As they suffocated a fucking 5-year-old. Oh, I can't do anything in jail other than take deep breaths. Woe is fucking me, dude. You're lucky that you can breathe. You're lucky that Tyler Vaughn hasn't killed you himself.
You don't have resources or alternative to help you relieve stress other than deep breaths. And being interrogated the way I was, music wasn't an option. Taking deep breaths wasn't an option. As much as I did use deep breaths, it just wasn't sufficient.
What about I'm referring to this article that talks about the probable cause. Sarah, initially she said God told her what happened, and then she switched it to you told her.
Mm-hmm.
So she's
did they really,
like
Cindy?
She's making kind of a direct disclosure that you told her that you
No, you're misinterpreting the probable cause. God told her, the Most Highest God told her what happened, and then she said that God told her that I did it.
Okay.
It never said that I told her, because I would never be okay with something like this. And if I ever knew anything about this, I would never hold back. I would be the first person to throw them under the bus. Or anybody that I suspected being a part of it, or even a hint of it, I would be the first person to report it.
Well, on that issue, so she also said, she kind of implied that I'll read what she said. So she quote she said instead, so I guess at the end of this, it appears that she seemed to believe that you knew, but it's not clear. And then she says that, quote, Adrian had been the one that had done it, and he was scared to tell anyone. Tell me about, so she actually, in the end, I guess she points the finger at Adrian. What's your take on that?
Again, Sarah's with any of her statements. First, It was God that told her. Then she tried to say that I told her, which I never did. And then
I think they were like Church of Christ, I believe. If Young Black is still here, she knows. And why is my channel all ats now? Look we're all at names now. We were regular. Now it looks like we've been flopped over to ats.
She said that God told her that I did it.
Okay.
And then she said that Adrian did it. So, I mean, you really think about it. I mean, what would your perspective be on it? You know what I mean? Like, there's no consistency with her stories. None. Yeah. How do you go from saying one thing, then move to a next? Then, this really happened. This is who did it. And then goes from that to Adrian. Like, there's a reason the police aren't taking her statement seriously. And if they are, it's beyond me, but
yeah.
And I'll never know. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I have access to that. You know what I mean? I don't want to. Like, I know I didn't play a part in this at all, or have any knowledge, or have any hint of knowledge.
Oh, he's got no hint of knowledge, guys.
What about Adrian? Could there be any accuracy? Could he have known something about this?
So, at the time of meeting him, I wouldn't have thought so. When I got interrogated by the police, they told me that Adrian had a history of human trafficking.
Okay.
And now, mind you,
See, that's where all of this comes in. So this Adrian, excuse me, flew from California to Idaho, and Sarah allegedly picked him up at the airport. This is another story that's been out there. Picked him up at the airport, and he had nowhere to live, and she decided to give him a place to live. Now we're hearing that he's been involved in human trafficking. We know he's been involved in drug trafficking. So there's four. There's four suspects. There's Brandon, Adrian, Stacey, and Sarah. And this is the case of Michael Monkey Vaughn, 5-year-old, went missing out of Fruitland, Idaho in 2021 and has never been found. But there's the four suspects. And this man here, Stacey, was just charged with Michael's abduction and murder. But then also Adrian has warrants for his arrest, but he has ties to Toledo, Ohio and other states. So where's Adrian? If he's the trafficker in this situation, right?
Apparently to some of the other YouTubers that have done background checks on him, they say they can't find any information saying that he has that history. Again, I'm just going off of secondhand knowledge from what the detectives told me.
Hey, sweet Sativa.
Okay. So if that is true, then I wouldn't put it past him. I just don't see how it's even possible because he wasn't even home that day. So that doesn't make any sense. So that's why.
So he's saying Adrian wasn't home that day. But we know that Adrian took a selfie while these three went to Kuna with Brandon with the duffel bag. So Adrian stayed back at the house and actually took a selfie after he took a shower in the bathroom mirror.
I said I don't think he would have any part in it. It just nothing clicks with it.
Wasn't he? Well, I know the three. So he would have been home for some of the day, right?
No, they left that morning, remember, to go take him to go see his kids. He stayed overnight in Boise or Nampa to go spend the night with his kid and his mom, his baby mom.
Right. So that, okay.
He never came home that day.
I wasn't clear if he came back. So
so that's another lie.
That
Okay, so that's another lie. They said that Adrian met up with a family member and never came back. But we have a selfie taken in the Wondra's bathroom at about 7:30ish after they left with allegedly Michael in the bag. More lies.
Stayed out that whole day and night.
Okay. I mean, but I don't know. I'm just think outside the box here a little bit. Is it feasible that he could have had some involvement without you knowing? I don't know.
I don't think so. Not if you're 40 to 60 miles away. You're in that time frame. And what's he gonna do? Like fly a magic school bus? Like
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that perhaps he knew that Michael was in the neighborhood or had seen him around. Or
this is Michael.
I don't know how he could have planned it. I'm just saying.
I don't think so.
You don't think Adrian
had any involvement? No.
So did he know Michael?
No.
No.
Okay.
Did Brandon know Michael?
No.
Why is he getting them? No, Brandon didn't know him. No, Adrian didn't know him. None of them knew him.
Okay. Well, I mean, those were some of my big questions. You said at the beginning of this that you kind of wanted to put your thoughts together based on my questions. Does anything occur to you now that have you had a chance to kind of formulate more of your thoughts since we've been talking?
No. Like I said, my story is the same story as you'll hear on any of the other interviews. Like, I ain't got nothing. You know what I mean? I don't have anything to do with this. Would never want anything to do with something like this. And would be the first to give away any firsthand knowledge or hints that I was able to pick up. Like, I would literally probably, I won't say kill, but I would allegedly hurt somebody really bad if I ever found out they did something like that to a little boy and I knew about it. I'm not okay with this at all. And I want justice to be served. And I want Michael to come home. I want his family to be at peace. I cry nightly
Oh my God.
hoping this little boy comes home for his family.
Stop it.
I can't even imagine
He cries nightly.
or fathom what they're going through.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's the most devastating thing I've heard in my life.
Yeah. So just from being in that neighborhood, have you thought about possible scenarios, or I mean, I don't. Have you thought about what could have happened? Any ideas on that? I don't know.
No, I don't. I mean, when you think of a little boy going missing, I mean, you think of 1,000 things, but I mean, nothing different than any other normal person would think of, I mean, how could it happen? When could it happen? What vehicle were they in? What time did this happen? How was it thought of? How was it planned? Just the general thought process of what would go through your mind.
Yeah.
And it's appalling, like it's sad.
Yeah, he looks really torn up,
Very
doesn't
sad.
he?
I'm devastated. I hurt deeply for this family. So deeply.
Fuck you, Stacey.
Yeah. I agree. I think we all do. Any further thoughts on Michael? Do you think there's still a possibility that he might be alive?
Many can only pray and hope. And I do that every day.
For making it happen.
Okay. Any further thoughts? Any questions for me, or
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you.
Okay, this is really weird here. This is where I got the feeling that he was being paid for this interview. Thank you, Flobo. She says, Brandon, why were you seen on camera walking in Michael's neighborhood before he went missing? I can piggyback off that. Thank you, Flo, for the super chat. Why were you looking for a kid who hadn't even been reported missing yet, Brandon? I got more for you guys. If you guys want to dig into this case, we can dig into this case. There's a lot.
Very much. And thank your wife too. Like, you guys are amazing people, and I know thank you.
Okay.
Very much. And thank your wife too. Like, you guys are amazing people, and I know what you guys are doing, and just trying to let me get my story out there and to try to find peace for that family. And I want the same thing.
Yeah.
I hate seeing the hurt. I can't even imagine what that family's going through. And if I could give them the world, I would. If I could give them my life, I would.
Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. It's really important to us and our channel to hear from as many people and voices as we can get on here and different perspectives. And so we're grateful that you could join us and tell your story and let us learn a little bit about yourself and to hear your side of it.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to do this again tomorrow, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm willing to do.
See, why is he so willing to talk? Money? Oh, if you guys want to do this tomorrow. So now we know that Lauren actually interviewed him the next day.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to do this again tomorrow, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm willing to do some more talking with you guys, like.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow typically is our normal
off day,
our normal show, but let's think about things and let it sink in, and we'll just go from there. But how's your phone holding up? I think we're near our 30-minute limit here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's dying.
Okay.
It's dying.
All right. Well.
Yeah, it's not dying. He's lying. He's a liar. He's a lying liar who lies.
Okay.
It's dying.
It's dying. So uncomfortable.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. And I think we're going to end just in time here before your phone dies. So
John's like, thank God. Lauren can have this motherfucker next. I'm done.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night and take care, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, John. Or what's your name again? Sorry.
Oh, what? Thank you, John. Like, what's your name again? I'm sorry. What? Was that leakage? Wait a second. I'm not done with you guys yet today. Was that leakage? He said that like he's his buddy. Thank you, John. I mean, what's your name again?
Have a good night and take care, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, John. Or what's your name again? Sorry.
Yeah, John.
Oh, okay. I did got you right. Okay.
Come on now. Who believes that?
Thank you, John. Or what's your
All
name
right,
again?
yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, John.
Oh, okay. I
Pretty
did got you
simple.
right. Okay.
Yeah, you
Awesome.
got it.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
that's right. It's
All
not.
right.
My name's not on the screen.
Do you want me to message your
Yeah.
wife?
Yeah,
Okay.
that works. That works.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Yep. Take
Hey,
care.
you all take care. You too. God
All right.
bless
We'll
you.
see you later.
Oh, God.
Bye.
God bless you. Blech, blech, blech. Lauren is John's wife. Yes. Lauren from Hidden True Crime. So now what I'm going to do is, since we're talking about Monkey, I want to take you to this, and I actually just listened to this last night. This doesn't have any striking visuals, so we're going to go ahead and do this. First of all, this is Sam. She has done an amazing job with interviewing these creepazoids, following up on these creepazoids, all while staying 150% respectful to the Vaughn family. And I got to give her tons of props. She has conducted herself so well. She's a great channel and very underrated, in my opinion. If you guys want to go check out Sam, I'm sure the moderators will throw her link in the chat. It will also be in the description of this video when we're through. Now, what we're going to listen to now is Brandon. This is Brandon Shirtliff being interviewed by Samantha. We're going to hear the same timeline that we just heard from Stacey with John. I'm going to be making my own notes for obvious reasons, but I first want to introduce you to the suspects in this case. At the top, though, you see cute little Michael Monkey Vaughn. Down below are the 4 shitbags who are responsible for his disappearance and his assumed death. On the left, from left to right, you have Stacey Wondra. Next to her is Sarah Wondra. Then next to her is Stacey Wondra. Thank you, Flo. They were married. Then you have Brandon Shirtliff. Shurtliff, I believe. Brandon Shirtliff. And then next to him is Adrienne Lucienne, I believe is how you say it. Lucienne or Lucienne. Now, the 3, Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon, are all in jail right now. They are behind bars. However, Adrienne Lucienne on the far right is not. He has warrants for his arrest. They were all together on the day that Michael disappeared. They were all staying at Stacey and Sarah's house in Fruitland, Idaho. I hope that makes a little more sense. And they are looking for Adrian. They are looking for Adrian. He's the one that supposedly had nowhere to live. See, that's the thing, Woodman. If they kidnapped Michael to sell him, why would they kill him? So what we're assuming is that it was an accident, because in the probable cause affidavit, it states that Sarah duct taped Michael's legs and arms. He couldn't move, and duct taped his mouth. Then they put him in a duffel bag where allegedly he suffocated. That's their story. I've often thought to myself, what if they really did sell him? Do you think that they would say anything about killing him if they actually succeeded in selling him? None of these are the parents, complete strangers to Michael. Allie, that's what I'm saying. How do we know he wasn't sold? That's where I think where he said that Stacey said that Michael was buried in the yard. When they dug up the yard, they took all that dirt away. So there might be some kind of DNA evidence in the dirt. Cops would see the money. I don't know if they'd necessarily see the money, though. These people are career criminals. I don't know. It's weird. It's strange they haven't disclosed right out of 4 of them, right? I mean, I get 3 are in custody, but it seems like the first one to talk would be, the one that's talking about where he is or where they think he might be. Who went to Texas? So I think Sarah, I don't know who Sarah traveled with, but definitely Sarah took a road trip to Texas and said she was delivering a dog for somebody. Okay. That's a very sus trip too. That she makes a trip from Idaho to Texas to suddenly deliver a dog for somebody. The dogs hit at Shirtlift Scott mom's house too. Yeah, the cadaver dogs went right to their door. So out of 300 houses in the neighborhood, they actually alerted on the Wondra's door. Went right to their front door. Brandon's boss. See, that wouldn't surprise me, Anna, because they've been known to affiliate with like a lot of sex offenders, registered sex offenders. Their next door neighbor was a registered sex offender. When you hear them talk about a guy named Carson, he's on the RSO list. They went to Canada, Joel? I did not realize they went to Canada. I think when he said Ontario, that's like Ontario, Washington, or Idaho, maybe? Maybe Flo will know where Ontario is. Because Ontario, Canada, is over by Michigan. Sam does a great job. Yes, she does. They claim to have picked up a rescue dog in Texas, delivered it to Grants Pass, Oregon via Walla Walla, Washington. I remember the route didn't make sense. There's just too much. Not just the neighbor's wife or girlfriend too. And wasn't the neighbor's wife or girlfriend the one who said she saw Michael on a tricycle at 6:25 p.m.? Ontario, Idaho. Ontario, Oregon. Okay, so we're going to listen to Brandon. Now he's going to walk us through this same timeline, what they did that day, the getting coffee and all this, that, and the other. Okay? So here we go.
So, we discussed that we were just going to talk about the day that Michael was abducted.
I'll put captions up for you
so
guys.
let's just start from the beginning and we'll try to just stay on track, with your day. So when you woke up on the 27th of July, 2021, how'd your day start off, hon?
I'm pretty sure if I can recall and remember, it was just a normal day, just waking up, and going and getting some breakfast if I can recall. And we were making, I'm pretty sure it was pancakes that day or cereal or maybe both, but we just got up and it was a normal day, we thought, in the beginning.
Mhm.
And then that's kind of how my day started off.
And who was in the house that morning? Who was all home?
I'm pretty sure it was Stacey and Sarah and me. There might have been like one other person there, maybe.
Was Adrian
But
there
I
too?
mean, what's that?
Was Adrian there too?
I think he might have been there too, yeah.
Okay.
Now, do you notice that both Stacey and Brandon try to like distance Adrian from this entire situation? It says, "What's the bright idea now?" He's weird. But isn't that wild? Like, why are they all like, "Oh, we don't want to, no, I don't think he was there." But they don't even know the guy. For all intents and purposes, these guys were all friends, and Adrian just needed somewhere to stay. But why are they all like, "Oh, no, no, he wasn't there." Like, no, he wasn't home. No, he wasn't even there. What the fuck? I don't like it. There's something we're missing, and I don't know what it is, but it really bugs me.
But I'm
Okay.
not sure. It was a while ago.
Yeah. Well, what were your plans for that day?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll
what
get
were
another
you
picture of
gonna
him
go
up.
do?
So my plans for that day is I had one of my cars that broke on me. So my thoughts on the day was to head out and go get a vehicle that needed to have some work done on it.
Okay. And yeah, you had plans to go to your mom's and pick up your car that day.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And way before that, did you, Sarah and Adrian, have plans to go anywhere, do anything?
I think we might have talked about going and doing some shopping, or maybe getting some food, getting out of the house for the day. I know we went over that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you guys did end up leaving the house, and where did you guys head off to?
So earlier in the day, I think we were pretty much just hanging out around town.
There in Fruitland?
Yeah,
Okay.
just running errands and stuff, getting coffee.
Mm-hmm. What about what time
That's what
was that? Do
Stacey
you know?
said too. Getting coffee.
I'd say it's probably like 11:30 or 12.
Okay. Around that time, do you know anything about Sarah and Stacey getting a taxi call or a phone call or anything?
Anna, I agree with that.
So they did have a company where they did that, so that would make sense. Yeah, they probably had some phone calls that day.
Okay. So you guys are hanging out, around 11:30 there in Fruitland. And at what point did you guys take off and end up going to Nampa? You guys went to Nampa, right?
Yeah, I think we went to Nampa that day. I remember having to go to a lunch appointment earlier that day, and we actually ended up going to a place called Applebee's in Nampa. So that was correct. Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys stop anywhere or anything on the way to Nampa? Or
a lunch
like
appointment?
I said before, I think my times might be a little bit off, like I say, because it was some years ago. But I do remember like just going, doing a couple little errands around Fruitland, getting some coffee, kind of getting ready for the day. And then I do remember taking off, like me, Sarah, and Adrian that day, and we went to Applebee's, and then he met with a family member there and got lunch and wanted to see family, as far as I remember right.
Right. Yeah, that's what you told me yesterday. And then, so you and Sarah dropped him off then?
Correct.
And then, where did you and Sarah?
Okay, so that's where Brandon, Sarah, and Adrian leave. Stacey, the fat fuck, that's what we're going to call him, fat fuck, is at home. They drop Adrian off at Applebee's because he's supposed to be meeting up with
Thank you for covering this. Love your channel and found you due to this drama. Just subscribed.
Yay! Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for your super chat and for subscribing. That's so nice. Thank you. That kind of shit makes my day. I love you guys. All right. So what was I saying? Shit. I forgot what I was saying. Tracy got me all excited. Oh, so they drop him off at Applebee's. He has a dinner or something with lunch with a family member of his. Adrian, the one that didn't have anywhere to live, is now meeting a family member for lunch. Okay? Makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Not. So they take him to Applebee's. And this is the day, this is before Michael goes missing. Michael goes missing 6-ish, 6:30. Now we are back in the day. And they also go to the A&W. If they say the A&W, that's because there was a skate park right there with children. They also went to a couple splash pads in the area. They were hunting for a child. Little monkey slips out the door, is running around trying to find someone to play with. The neighbors tell him to go home. Someone allegedly sees him on a tricycle, and then he's gone. Leo says they were scouting for Adrian. I think Adrian is definitely the trafficking connection. I don't know how these people met, but it's really scary. It's really scary. And Nikki Jax, thanks for becoming a member today. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to Miss Tracy.
Sarah go after you dropped Adrian off at Applebee's in Nampa?
So if I remember right, when we dropped him off for lunch, I think we went back to the mall over there and kind of walking around, talking a little bit. And then after that, I remember we went on a drive.
Mm-hmm. Where did you guys drive to?
And then at that time, I'm pretty sure I wanted to go back to my mother's house at that time.
They went for a drive.
And then
They went for a drive. Isn't this what? All of this is red flags.
Yep.
What did you guys do at your mom's house?
So I went over there because I wanted to get, I had this water bottle. It was like a 2.5 gallon water bottle that you would use for like, if you were to buy water from a company, you know? So I wanted to go over there and refill that and then go over there and grab a couple new clothes and, you know, different things.
Yeah.
Odds and ends.
New
Yeah,
clothes.
you
Check
said
on
you
the
have
place.
some hygiene stuff.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. About how long were you at your mom's house with Sarah?
I'd say there for a little bit of time, probably like 5 to 30 minutes, probably tops.
5 to 30 minutes tops.
Okay. Do you know about what time of the day it was when you were at your mom's house with Sarah?
Yeah, it was after we went to Applebee's.
Close your legs.
Okay, so if you left around 11:30, do you know just approximate times even work? Like what time you were at Applebee's or what time you were at your mom's?
Yeah, I don't know. Just about those times, I'm pretty sure. It was before the nighttime of when I went out to go try to tow my car. I do know that. And I'm just trying to remember back to the best of my ability because, like I say, this was quite some years ago, and
yeah,
you know, I've had some other things happen since then, and a lot to it.
So early afternoonish, you've gone to Nampa, you went over to your mom's house. What time did you guys go pick Adrian back up? Or did you
So I'm pretty sure it was after I went over to my mom's to check on the place, get some water, grab a couple items, this and that. I'm pretty sure we headed back after, you know, killing a little bit of time, not really much to do.
Killing a little bit of time. You know who else used that disgusting saying? Was Stephen Stearns. We were just killing time. Remember that?
And then went back over to Applebee's, and then I'm pretty sure that we picked up Adrian, and me, Adrian, and Sarah, then we all headed back to Fruitland at that time in a car.
Did you guys go to a pawn shop that day?
I might have went to a pawn shop that day.
Oh, okay. Do you remember who went into the pawn shop?
Oh yeah,
not
Lindsay,
really.
that's
Because I mean,
right.
I've gone to pawn shops for years, off and on.
Right.
Me myself
Okay, no
personally,
worries.
but
No worries. So you guys head back to the house after that? Is that what it is? You guys picked up Adrian, and then you guys headed back to Fruitland?
yep, I'm pretty sure we did go back to Fruitland after that.
Do you
And I'm pretty
remember
sure the
stopping?
reason for that was going and doing more, you know, rideshare things, taxi calls, errands around town.
Okay. Did you guys stop anywhere on your way back to Fruitland? Do anything?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Did you know what Sarah, or what Stacey, I mean, was doing that day while you were out running around with Sarah and Adrian?
Not really, no. As far as I can remember, to the best of my ability back then, I'm pretty sure he was like kind of there on standby, waiting for like another call in case he had to go out.
Okay. All right. So you guys head back to Fruitland. Do you know what time you guys got back home?
So when we got back on that day, it was about almost about the time where it was starting to get dark, I would say.
Well, you're talking July. Wouldn't that be pretty late? I'm just wondering, because I know you're trying to remember your times, and I'm not trying to get you to say anything else, but I mean, that would probably be like after 8 o'clock or so.
Right.
So you guys didn't get back to the house until later in the evening?
Sam
That
did
was correct,
wonderful
yes.
with this.
Okay. And was Stacey home when you guys got home?
So later that day, he ended up going with me to go do the car tow, and it was Stacey, Sarah, and I, and we had.
See, now he's throwing in the car tow. So later that day, so listen to this again.
Later in the evening?
That was correct, yes.
Okay. And was Stacey home when you guys got home?
So later that day, he ended up going with me to go do the car tow, and it was
To go do the car tow, which is where they went to Brandon's mother to supposedly tow his car back to the Wondras.
Stacey, Sarah, and I, and we had to leave and go.
So now where's Adrian? Where's Adrian? Right? He was at the Applebee's. They allegedly picked him up. They went back to the house. So now Adrian stays home, and Sarah, Stacey, and Brandon leave now to go to Brandon's house, his mother's. This is all the same day. This is July the 27th, 2021. Yep.
Go get fuel before we took off. So I know we did that, and then went back over there and tried to tow the car, and then we ran into a couple of like problems or whatever issues with tow straps and lights and
They ran into a couple issues.
all that stuff. So I do remember that.
Right. But when you got home from Nampa, was Stacey at home? Do you know?
I'm not too clear on it, to be honest.
Okay.
But
okay.
I don't know. It's like a 50-50 call right there.
Okay. Was there any kind of like argument or altercations or anything between anybody before you guys left to go get your car from your mom's?
Good point, Dr. Macy.
There might have been a little bit of arguing going back and forth, but nothing too major, no.
Okay. Okay. And then I'm sorry, I'm just I want to walk you through going to your mom's just in case there's, anything we're missing here. So you and Sarah and Stacey, what vehicle do you guys get into to take to?
God damn,
your
Brandon.
mom's?
This guy is rude
just
as
a taxi
fuck.
car we were using.
Taxi car.
A taxi car?
Yeah.
You guys towed your car back with a car?
No. No, at the time of the tow, what did we use for the tow?
Yeah.
It was a pickup.
Okay. And you guys leave. Did you guys stop anywhere leaving the neighborhood?
Not really stop, but we did kind of like not go very fast, pulled over for a second, and then had to check some fluids on the vehicle. I do remember that.
Oh.
Okay. Was that there on 8th Street, like near the corner of 8th and Arizona? Do you know?
It's on the road. It's on the road heading out of the subdivision, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So
there was 3 of them in the vehicle.
I'm pretty sure that's 8th Street. Did you guys stop anywhere else?
No. I mean, not on that street. And then we pulled off and then turned to the right and went to a gas station to get gas. I do remember that.
All right. And then you guys just head to your mom's house then from there?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, and thank you so much for talking with me. I just appreciate you so much. I just want to let you know that again. I mean, I know we're just like boing, 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 question after question, and you're probably nervous. So I'm nervous too, and I talk fast when I'm nervous. So I'm just like banging out all these questions. So I'm sorry if I'm like bombarding you.
No worries. It's sometimes I bombard myself with questions and, possible case and point and scenarios and different things from time to time. So,
Alrighty.
no
As long
hard
as you're
feelings
fine
there.
with it, if I go too fast, just slow my ass down. Cause like I said, I'm nervous too, hon. So,
Right.
so
Right.
when
She
you
can't
get
stand
to
him.
your
And I think now she's getting to the part where, they actually transported Michael. So she's kind of buttering him up and she's doing a good job. She can't stand this motherfucker.
mom's house, well, let me just back up a little bit. Did anybody take anything in the truck on the way to
Here we go. Listen to
your
this.
mom's?
So if we had anything at that time, I'm pretty sure that if we would have took it with us, like I was saying earlier, I kind of do recall a toe strap kit that had like all your safety equipment gear in there that you would bring, like your flashing lights and toe strap, couple different tools, things you need if, something breaks or.
You and I spoke yesterday about a duffel bag. Did you bring a duffel bag to your mom's house?
So I've had many different duffel bags growing up and this and that and everything. But at that time, I'm pretty sure I carried just around like a little small thing that I would put hygiene items in and, clothes or boxer briefs, underwear, whatever, shirts.
Right.
Stuff
Do you
like that.
remember bringing that?
I don't know if I had that on me at that time or not, but I do remember that I have like a little travel bag that I keep with me to put my phone in, or keys, or wallet, or just your everyday stuff you need in a vehicle, maybe your insurance papers or IDs, stuff like that.
Okay. And what goes on when you get over to your mom's house?
And if you notice here, he's really making it sound like he's really downplaying the size of the duffel bag. Oh, I could fit my credit cards. I could fit, keys. He's making it sound like it's a really small bag that could not possibly have a child in it.
Let's just separate this. Like, when you get to your mom's house, what were you doing?
Okay, so when I got to my mom's house, I went in there and had to go get my car key, and then I had to get everything ready to put it in neutral, roll it down the hill, get it all squared away to get hooked up to a tow strap, and then, get it down the road.
Okay.
To get engine work repaired on it was the whole idea behind it, because I had reached my max patience with dealing with this vehicle, because it's not an easy vehicle to deal with, or repair, or maintain, or keep, or any of that.
Yeah, B&W's parts are expensive. They're hard to work on. Yeah, totally get all that. Did you wash any clothes when you got to your mom's house?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
And if I did, it was already old clothes that was there, or, like I usually do my laundry on a weekly basis and keep all my stuff throughout the week, and maybe would wash clothes one time, but I don't think I was going there just to wash clothes that day, no.
Oh, but isn't that what Stacey told John? That he got a bunch of clothes together, right? Got a bunch of clothes together in that duffel bag. Hey, Florida girl, good to see you. I've missed you as well. Good to see ya. Right. So Stacey was like, yeah, he threw all these clothes in this duffel bag. Now he's like, yeah, this bag, I could fit my credit cards, like a phone and like keys. And that's like it. More lies.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because, we've all heard different. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. So, what was Sarah doing when you guys got there?
I'm pretty sure she was waiting in the vehicle outside for us to get everything ready to go, so we could just go there and then get ready to head back, because it was starting to get darker that day.
And then what was Stacey doing when you guys got there?
I don't know, he might have ran in and used the bathroom real quick one time, or go in there to maybe get drinks or something for the road, or
Okay.
you know, and then head back out. Just help me make sure I get everything hooked up and ready to go to do
So-
the car recovery mission.
So Stacey went
Wait, what?
into the house then.
He said car recovery mission. What a fucking weirdo.
Everything hooked up and ready to go to do
So-
the car recovery mission.
So Stacey went into the house then.
I mean, I have allowed Stacey to go in there before. Yes, ma'am. Because, you know, if you're, you know, having a long day, gotta use the restroom, you know, run out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, before all this kind of went the way it did and broke out and took the turn of events the way it did when it did, it's, I don't know, it's just a lot to think about.
Yeah. It's just, that's like the complete opposite of what Stacey said. Stacey said Sarah went into the house and that he stayed in the vehicle, or that his story changed multiple times. He said that it was just him and Sarah in the vehicle. He said Sarah went in while he did the tow. Now, did you help him do anything with the tow, like cook things up and all this and that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you know approximately like how long you were there at your mom's house that evening, hooking things up and doing everything?
I'd say that it wasn't very long because, like I said, I just went in there, grabbed the key from where I had to go, open the garage, you know, put it in neutral, roll the car down the hill, make sure each vehicle is ready in their position to have to cruise out of there, and then 5 to 30 minutes, I'd say, was all.
Did your mom know that you were going there to her house?
That day, yeah, I'm pretty sure I did call her and let her know. See, when I go into my mom's house and then it's not my house, I usually try to do the courtesy call or the respect call before I show up, especially with other people and stuff, you know, because she had
he's
kind of
so
a rule on that.
respectful.
Okay, and was your car inside the garage?
No.
Oh, well, you said open the garage, so I was just wondering why you had to open up the garage.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I keep, you know, other car parts in there and other things I need to fix the vehicle, and that would be the reason for that.
So according to the probable cause, this guy took the bag in and left him in a spare room.
Okay. So, yeah, do you remember anything else going on there at the house?
Not really that day, no.
Okay.
All I
Well,
recall.
I meant there at your mom's house. Like, do you remember anything else, or is there anything else about being at your mom's house that you want to share or anything?
Not really right now, no.
Okay.
And another issue that I have with, I mean, I could get into more detail on that later, but right now, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, you and I spoke yesterday. I told you that I had a clip this morning. You weren't comfortable with me showing you the clip, and that's fine. But I know you and I talked about it yesterday. If you don't want to talk about it, just tell me this isn't something you want to talk about. But we did talk about Stacey Wondra and his new confession footage that came out. And he is saying that, you know, well, Chris Madonna actually asks him a question, and he answers with, "You bound Michael up in the guest room at your mom's house." Would you like to see that clip right now or no?
If you have it and you want to show it, I mean, we could go over that now, or we could go over it later, whatever you think
Well,
would
if
be
you're
best.
okay with it, I'll throw it up now, and then you can talk about it. If it shocks you to a point where you feel like you don't want to talk about it after you see it, you don't have to say anything. But if you're comfortable enough with it, I will throw it.
So they have a video tape of Stacey basically confessing.
Up. I know you said you hadn't seen it, and I would love for you to see it, but I don't want to throw you under the bus with anything you're uncomfortable with.
Okay, yeah, yeah, if you got it, I kind of do want to see it.
Okay, I do have it. Hold
If
on one second.
that is possible.
Yep.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can see me and you talking, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. Hold on, where is it? I know I have it. Hold on, I'm looking. It's shocking. He really throws you under the bus here, and yeah, we'll talk about it if you want to after you watch it.
All right, here we go.
You guys, when you came back, why did you come back here?
What do you mean came back there?
Yeah, I mean, like the next day, like you shared with us that Brandon put him in the guest room, bound up, but then the next day they moved him back here. Why?
That's a great question. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I don't have an answer for that.
What vehicle did they use?
She left me with a Lexus, I believe, that day. So it would have been her vehicle.
Yeah, that's the fable.
So he said that you bound Michael up in the guest room at your mom's house.
So that is a false statement because I never have met Michael before in my life or never even seen Michael before, Vaughn, in my life up until this day. And as far as anybody getting tied or kidnapped at my house, this or that, any of that crazy off the wall accusations, that did not happen to the best of my knowledge at this time right now.
Yeah, because he's in this too, as you heard. He's saying that, they, or actually Chris Madonna says, and they went back to the house. Did you guys go back to the house the next morning? Go back to your mom's house the next morning?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that some more too.
Yeah, well, thank you for, letting the clip go up and talking with me about the clip and stuff. So back to your mom's house. So about how long do you guys think that you were there at your mom's?
Earlier in the day or later in the day or what time in the day? What we're gonna have to clarify that up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what time you got to your mom's. I know you're having a hard time remembering like times and stuff. Was it late? Was it completely dark outside when you guys left? Can you just approximate time of how long you thought you were there?
So the only time I remember going to my mother's house that particular day was, like I say, probably
right
after we had left Fruitland to go get.
Furious about it.
We took the departure route, if you may, to over there to go get a vehicle, and then we stayed there long enough to get the key out, get the tow kit, your triangles, all that stuff, put it in, get it ready to go. So I'm pretty sure that would have been anywhere from 5 minutes to 45 minutes tops. So that is one time I do remember going to my mother's house at that time. And then I also remember my mother's house address getting blasted up on the internet and maps of it and this and that. And I've had a couple things of mine that may or may not have been hacked and just all sorts of things that could or could not have been happening with this. But to be there for a long amount of time, I don't think that would
hacked because his address was on the internet. Come on.
Would have been happening because everybody wasn't cool with just having people come over whenever they wanted either.
Come on, dude.
Right.
And
Okay. So you were only there, you were there less than an hour pretty much is what you're saying.
Right. On the evening times. Right. I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to about the time I would have been there with Sarah and Stacey that day.
Okay. And so you guys were at the mom's, you were leaving to tow your car back. Tell me about the tow ride back to Fruitland.
So we just kind of wanted to go on the back roads, right? So it wouldn't be, like getting stuck in traffic and creating problems and road hazards and, issues out there, especially if you get going past just a couple mile an hour towing, then, you could like cause a lot of dangers or issues on the road.
Yeah.
So we just kind of took the back roads, went slow, went, through the trails that I remember to get there. It's not really a trail, but just speaking metaphorically,
Right. And you guys, the tow strap broke on the way back?
And I do recall the tow strap breaking one time and almost getting us stuck in the middle of the road. So then we did pull over on the side of the road and try to repair that issue when it was already starting to get dark, past dark. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And that's when we were starting to run out of light and, had to crawl under the car, retow the strap, try to cut the other one off. Just a big old headache, hassle.
Right. Okay. All right. So thank you
A
for
big old
verifying that.
hassle.
You know, some people have wondered whether or
Yeah,
not that
I know.
was something true, whether or not it had happened or not. So, did you guys stop anywhere else on the way into Fruitland on the way back home?
Now I'm gonna have to go over those details and kind of try to get into that more too. But I'm pretty sure we weren't really dinking around and trying to take too long to be towing a car at night when it was getting darker. So I'm pretty sure we just headed back.
Okay. What was going on in the neighborhood when you guys like pulled down 8th Street to come back home?
Listen to this
All
part.
right. Yeah. So we were coming back into the neighborhood that evening, and right as soon as we turned the left block to roll back in through the 8th Street there, we were going down the road about halfway down it, and then there was another car that was coming this other way, and somebody stopped real quick. I think both the drivers did, and I'm in the back car getting towed, and then someone says, "Hey, what's going on? What are you guys doing out here?" And they said that a child had come up missing, and that was the first time right there when I had heard the news.
Okay. Okay. And then you guys just went home from there after talking
And
with them.
then,
You guys just went home.
yeah, I'm pretty sure like that whole street, a lot of people came out of their houses at that time, and there's one car in the road, a couple of different, like it was starting to get to be pretty busy, and that's when they said they called the police, did a police missing child report, called search and rescue, Idaho Fish and Game, and then fire departments, basically everybody, search is on.
Search is on. This guy is something else.
Okay.
And there's video that they've identified as Brandon Shirtliff as walking through this neighborhood before Michael was even noticed as to be missing by his father.
All right. So yeah, you guys got a missing child in the neighborhood. You know, you guys are becoming aware of this at this time. You guys go back to the house. Did you do anything else that evening after you got back to the house?
So we were kind of in such a panic at that time and kind of a freak out, like I was, because that's the first time I heard something kind of like that before in my life. And we were turning the
This is telling.
corner.
This is telling right here. Went into a freak out and panic. We hear panic and freak out. Leakage.
You got back to the house?
So we were kind of in such a panic at that time and kind of a freak out, like I was, because that's the first time I heard something kind of like that before in my life. And we were turning the corner to come into the house right there, and I'm pretty sure we pulled over the side of the sidewalk and over by where the other car was, and then everyone kind of started panicking. And then I remember going and saying, "Hey, we probably should go try to look for this kid, see if we can find him." And I'm pretty sure me and Sarah got in her car and backed up, switched vehicles, and went and kind of tried to drive around the neighborhood a little bit and search for him at that time. And then the other neighbor came out, and I said, "Hey, grab your lights." And, because they had better lights on that vehicle at that time.
Are you talking about Carson?
Yeah, the neighbor that lived next to him, I guess.
Okay. Okay. And then after that, what was the rest of the night like?
Pretty weird feeling ever since that got said, and pretty strange.
Pretty weird feeling and pretty strange. Panic, freakouts. Yeah.
And then I remember we searched around for quite some time, and then I remember we went to a gas station, stood in line, grabbed a gallon of milk, I'm pretty sure, and
stood in line, grabbed a gallon of milk. You know who else had milk? Summerwell's mom. She stopped for milk too the day she went missing. What is with it? What was with milk?
then just kind of was in shock and awe and went right back out to the car. And that was at the time, like the whole town was just kind of going wild too.
Okay.
It just didn't feel the same anymore in that town after that. I know that.
Right. Okay. So, the other questions that we kind of went over yesterday was, did you know anything about Sarah and Adrian doing apps of any kind, or like trying to do any kind of like prostitution or anything?
I did not hear it from them if they were. I'll say it like that.
I'll say it like
did
that.
you know anything about it? I mean, even
No.
if they didn't tell you, did you know anything about it?
Not really. No, I don't really remember them telling me one specific app that
Come on, dude.
was doing something like that. Other than just like Instagram.
So it came out that they were making fake accounts, or were talking about fake accounts of girls to scam people out of money. Now, Sam straight up asked about prostitution. This is concerning.
And Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about them like trying to like scam people for money or anything?
I think I kind of picked up on that a little bit as time went by.
Okay.
I heard that rumor one time. I can't say that I didn't.
Do you remember where you heard it from?
There's rumors going around the town if that was something that was happening.
And I asked you this yesterday. I want to ask you again because everybody wants to know, were you the person that is walking around the neighborhood in that picture that went around on the news, that's gone around YouTube? You know, the one I'm talking about, the guy with the hat, the cutoff shirt and shorts and stuff walking in the neighborhood. Was that you?
No.
Of course not.
Okay. I don't think that was my picture at all. It doesn't even look like me. And in fact, that person looks a little bit skinnier and may or may not have tattoos in places that I may or may not have tattoos.
Okay.
So it just looks like a totally different person to me personally.
Right. So did you ever know of or hear anything about anybody in the house selling or transporting drugs or any of that kind of thing?
Not really at that time, no.
Okay.
Not at that time.
And when you were looking over in the field, when you said you and Sarah, or not in the field, but when you said you and Sarah were out looking around, did you guys look in the field over there for Michael or down by the river or anything?
Yeah, I'm not exactly clear if it was right then at that time or if later the next day or whatever, but at that time at night we were just driving around in the car, kind of shining lights out in fields and kind of looking over by stuff like that, but not getting out of the vehicle and searching as good as the other people are searching. No.
Who in the heck? My daughter's trying to call me. Hold on, I gotta turn this off. I cannot talk to you right now. Probably one of my grandbabies wanting to talk to me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Sure you can, Brandon.
So you towed your car back to the house. Where did the BMW end up? Did it just stay at the house? Did you sell it? Did you give it to anybody or anything?
Still trying to look in all that right now, actually. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to get back on that and do more research.
Okay.
But I didn't give it to nobody, and I pretty sure I didn't sell it. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I'm just trying to think of more stuff that you and I spoke about yesterday. Did you ever hear anybody about anybody in the house there talking about kidnapping a kid, a teenager, just anybody at all? Did you ever hear anybody talking about kidnapping somebody or anything?
So before Michael Vaughn came up missing, no, I don't think I remember anybody talking about kidnapping or taking someone's kid or doing anything foul play or nothing like that at all until this July 27th day we speak of in 2021. Now, whether or not some of that stuff did happen or not, I do not know. But as far as I know, up until that point, no one has said anything to me like that.
And you said like prior to Michael, nobody ever just said that. Did anybody ever mention or talk about it after Michael came up missing?
Not necessarily to me, but like I say, I'm still going over a lot of things, and this isn't really settled in my mind either. And I'm still kind of going over the things that happened, places, times, all that of that day, before that day, after that day, everything. Right. So, I mean,
what a fucking liar.
I know you said yesterday that you guys did a lot of traveling places and everything with like taxi service and, driving around. Did Adrian ever drive any of the taxi vehicles?
Here we got Adrian again.
I'm pretty sure he did not. No.
Nope.
Okay. And did you guys travel any? Go ahead.
What's that?
No, go ahead. You can keep talking. Sorry.
No need to apologize. I'm just saying that, I don't really recall him driving their vehicles around. And I'm pretty sure they met him the first time in the very beginning by offering him a ride. Now, exactly where that was or where they picked him up or found him or this or that, whatever, I'm still going over that too. But I'm pretty sure they did not just let him get in and drive their cars where he wanted to go. No.
Right. Okay.
If he wanted to do something like that, he'd have to ask Stacey, Sarah, or Brandon. And then from there, we would have to see where they wanted to go, how much time it would take, how much it would cost, a lot of things to go into effect there. Just kind of thing.
Right. Did you in any time ever suspect that Stacey had done this with Michael, that he kidnapped Michael?
No, I did not suspect or think that he would even be capable of doing something like this or have the, brains to even try to do something like this. So that's why it strikes me as kind of strange. But
The
then
brains?
some behaviors got stranger and some got different. And, and then this whole story comes out, gets put on the news, and then whole big thing breaks out through the news that a missing child report has been filed and done. Kid comes up missing that I've never seen or met before. And then I try to talk on a little bit of what I did have, and then I try to talk with some guy that did an investigation channel or something, and I don't want to say names or this or that or whatever, but
That's JLR.
It was the JLR guy or something in a different part of the country than when I was living, and I wasn't quite sure that who I was talking to at first, and they just were calling, asking a couple of questions, this and that, and then it got into something that turned into kind of a YouTube broadcast, and then it kind of got published and just went and took off. And before I even knew what I was talking about or getting involved with and this and that, it takes off to be maybe one of the nation's biggest things that has ever happened. Top 100 wanted people, or
what?
You know what I'm trying to say. It's
Right.
just
You're a moron.
Yeah, it's gone pretty
close
crazy.
my
I mean,
mind.
Stacey's gotten up on panel and talked to a lot of people, that he's, came up
Michelle,
on my
thank
panel
you.
and talked with Brandy and stuff. So, I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
yeah. So that was spur of the moment for me also. I mean, it gets a little bit wild and crazy, that's for sure. And, Stacey has a lot of contradictions in the things that, he says, and that's one of the reasons, having you here, talking with you, it's helping, and that's what you wanted to do. You want to clear your name. You want to tell your side of the story.
Yes, ma'am. Correct. And, I do apologize to the world for not getting it out sooner, my side of the story and this and that. Although under that time, I feel like I was under great persecution and kind of like, accusations that are wilder than I could even dream up sometimes, and just a lot of crazy things happening. So it's really put my mind in distress and dismay and worry. And I mean, I still haven't even went over and personally met the parents that all this happened to their kid. You know what I mean? Because if anything ever happened to my
Wow. I still haven't gone over and met the parents.
kid, because I have one, I have friends that have kids, this and that, the whole.
He has children. Lord help. Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? Because if anything ever happened to my kid, because I have one, I have friends that have kids, this and that, the whole 9 yards, that's something that would just get under my skin and really doesn't go well or sit well with me. So it's just, like I say, a lot of mixed emotions on it and heartbreaking story and just not cool in my eyes, in my book, everything.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you talking with.
Okay, so now we've got Stacey from his interview with John. We've got Brandon and his interview with Sam. Now we're going to listen to the probable cause affidavit that I read 6 days ago. Pardon my commentary through it. I'm sure I stopped. But I want you guys to hear now what the probable cause says. Hold on. All right, so here's the probable cause of Stacey Wondra. Brandon is in jail on probation violation. Yeah, there's going to be 2 J's. It's going to be all fuckery. But here is the probable cause of Stacey. If you need to take a break, health your own sake. My scratcher queen, Karen Martin. This is compliments of True Crime with Eve. True Crime with Eve got these documents. And this was filed back in June. Actually, we're going to go over Stacey's first. Okay, so Stacey and Sarah are husband and wife. They both were living in Fruitland with Adrian and Brandon living with them. Let me show you guys a map really quick of the neighborhood where Michael went missing from. And let's get into it. So this is the state of Idaho versus Stacey James Wondra. Probable cause affidavit. So I, Detective Juanita Kelleher, the undersigned, being first duly sworn on oath, deposes and says, I'm a peace officer employed by Fruitland PD. Number 2, the defendant is alleged to have committed the following crimes between the dates of approximately July 27th, 2021 through 2025. The first charge for Stacey Wondra is first-degree murder. The second charge is kidnapping, second degree. And the third is destruction or concealment of evidence. And if you followed this case, you know that these people had burner phones. They were discarding of furniture from their home and things like that. 3, the crimes were not committed in my presence. And 4, I believe there is probable cause to believe the defendant committed such crimes because of the following facts. On July 27th, 2021, neighbors reported seeing 5-year-old Michael Vaughn between approximately 8:15 and 18:30 hours in the area of Michael's home. So that would be, what, 5:15 to 5:30? Hi, Chris. Or 6:15 to 6:30. In the area of Michael's home and nearby residences on Blank and South Arizona in Fruitland, Payette County, Idaho. So, okay, thank you, Potato. 6:15 and 6:30. So they've narrowed this down to this 15-minute time frame of 6:15 to 6:30. And we're also going to have what looks to be Brandon Shirtliff on surveillance camera walking through this neighborhood at the same time. Monkey knocked on some of his neighbors' doors, attempting to play with neighbors or in their yards. Michael was told to return home by all of the neighbors he contacted. At approximately 6:45 to 6:50, Tyler Vaughn noticed his 5-year-old son Michael was missing from their home. Tyler began searching his home and property for Michael. Tyler called 911 to report his son missing at approximately 7:21, and the Fruitland Police Department responded to the area. So Tyler Vaughn was changing their baby's diaper while Michael went out, knocked on some neighbors' doors, and was looking for someone to play with. He noticed about 15, 20 minutes later that Michael wasn't in the house anymore. Happened very fast. So he searches around frantically. And I remember Brandy stating in an interview with Chris McDonough, I think it was, that when she got the call at work, Brandy was at work when little Michael went missing. When she got the call at work and heard Tyler screaming for Michael, she knew that something bad had happened. She said she's never heard him scream like that before. So by the time that he called 911, they already had Michael. They already had him. It's crazy. Within an hour, because they say 6:15, and then at about 7:21, he called. Fruitland Police Department and the FBI, along with other local agencies and volunteers, searched for Michael over several weeks and now years. Through interviews, searches, and other corroborating evidence, all of Michael's family and household members have been determined to not have any knowledge of Michael's current location, nor were they involved in Michael's disappearance. Now, you have two parents who have been cleared by law enforcement, and you look at their behavior compared to some other missing kids' parents that we've seen. Screaming outside the police department, screaming that they're not doing anything, screaming that they don't care, or just straight up not dealing with law enforcement. Brandy has always said, we believe in law enforcement. We believe they will find Michael. She has always, always stood by law enforcement. Chris, and it says a lot, doesn't it? They haven't been cleared. And quite frankly, you know, if you go back to the Sebastian Rogers case, not to change the subject, but Vinnie Politan did his corny podcast with his two guys. And it kind of changed my mind on the case a little bit. Kind of got a different way of thinking due to their discussion. If you haven't heard that, check it out and we can discuss. I think it'd be interesting to go over. All of Michael's neighbors on Southwest 9th Street in Arizona have also been thoroughly investigated, searched, and interviewed, and have been determined by law enforcement to not have any knowledge or involvement in Michael's disappearance. The surrounding area was searched extensively, and Michael has never been found. Live Scent K9 team searched the surrounding neighborhoods August 2nd to 3rd of 2021, using a pair of Michael's shoes for Michael's scent. Out of approximately 300 homes, K9 handlers reported the dogs only showed interest in one house. This is the home of Stacey and Sarah Wondra. A K9 handler also reported that K9 Banshee showed interest in the area of the corner of Meadowlark and Red Wing Street. The K9 showed interest at the intersection, then headed straight to the fence and the front door of the Wondra's residence. Yes, the Vinny from yesterday. Hey, Body. Welcome in. So we have these K9 dogs in the neighborhood. There's about 300 homes. Straight to their door. On August 2nd, 2021, K9 Banshee tracked scent down to a tree over the edge of the bluff of Southwest 8th and Three Rivers Way. K9 Banshee was determined to track the scent into the thorny bushes under the tree, despite the thorns. A discarded child stroller was located deep in those thorny bushes. Now let me pull up this map again. Southwest 8th. So here's Southwest 8th. And there's Michael's house. Okay, I just wanted to get a visual here. On August 5th, 2021, a pink Big Flyer tricycle was located behind the Bluffs sign at Three Rivers Way and Southwest 8th Street. During a search of the same area the day prior, the tricycle wasn't there. So there's two items here. There's a stroller and there's a tricycle now in these thorny bushes. When they searched on the 2nd, the tricycle wasn't there. But when they searched on the 5th, the tricycle was there. Jim Smith, who lives in the Three Rivers subdivision, later reported that he had found the tricycle over the bluff under a tree next to a child's stroller. Jim said he took it home to use one of the wheels for another project, but then discarded it after not removing the wheel as planned. Jim said he left it behind the bluff sign for the neighborhood kids to use. So this Jim guy in the neighborhood found the tricycle, took it to his house, was going to use a wheel, decided not to use the wheel for whatever reason, and then put the bike back by the bluff sign so the kids could play with it.
Or is it a cigar?
Are you guys following that? Beautiful sunflower. Welcome to the Clicker Crew. Thank you for joining today. Thank you so much. Kim Elko would later report to law enforcement that she had seen the tricycle in the Wondra's garage during a yard sale in the spring of 2021. Now, Michael went missing July 27th, I believe, 2021. But this Kim Elko says, oh, it was in their garage in the springtime. Elko was able to describe the layout of the Wondra's garage and where she saw the tricycle on a stack of boxes. The described stack of boxes was still there during a later search warrant of the Wondra residence and garage. Dorothy Starkey, who was present at Blank in Fruitland, reported on July 29th, 2021, that she saw Michael riding a big wheel. That's how she described it, a big wheel tricycle at the corner of Red Wing and Meadowlark Avenue on July 27th, as she was either entering or leaving the area. Dorothy is seen on surveillance coming into the neighborhood, westbound on Southwest 8th at 625, and she left the neighborhood eastbound on Southwest 8th at 19:25, 7:25. I'm not good with this. 6:25. Okay, so she was coming into the neighborhood at 6:25. Let's go back up here. When did Tyler notice him missing? Okay, so 6:25. So approximately between 6:15 and 6:30, he was knocking on doors. She saw him at 6:25. Dorothy Starkey. Other than Dorothy's report, there are no other reports of Michael being seen anywhere other than Southwest 9th Street and his next door neighbor's house on Arizona on the date of his disappearance. Wow. So within 5 minutes or so of Dorothy seeing Michael at Red Wing and Meadowlark, which the Wondras lived on Red Wing Street. So he was right on the corner of their street and Meadowlark at 6:25 on this bike. The question is, where did Michael get the bike? Where did Michael get the bike? That's what I don't understand. Oh, good luck, body. I hate putting those things together. Yeah, I don't know who defends these people, but I don't know if Eve defends them, but I can't see defending these people. Video surveillance was gathered from security cameras in the neighborhood Michael disappeared from, as well as the neighboring areas. Michael is never seen on any of the surveillance footage that was obtained. Stacey Wondra is captured on surveillance footage driving a white Lexus and pulling into the parking area of the splash pad in the neighborhood off Southwest 8th Street at 15:23, which would be 5:23 on July 27th, 2021. All right, I'm pausing. This is me, real-time me. I want to know why Michael wasn't seen on any footage, but they've got Brandon on footage. They've got cars on footage. Why isn't Michael on any footage? But if the tricycle was in their garage, how did Michael get it? What did they say? Oh, here, kid, go for a ride? Or did he go in there and grab it off a bunch of boxes? I'm confused on that, because that Kim lady says here that the tricycle was on a stack of boxes. How would Michael get it? Do you think they lured him and gave him the tricycle and let him start riding it and then followed him? Why would they do that, though? That doesn't make sense. 15:23. That's too risky. 3:23. You're right. I'm getting confused with the military time. Sorry. If they had seen him out unsupervised before, maybe he was a target and they were waiting for the right time. Does she, Jamie? Nicole, math is not my strong suit. Mesera. I wonder if they moved it to the road to lure him. Okay, so we got Stacey coming in at 3:23. Stacey is seen exiting the driver's door, walking around to the passenger side, and appears to be testing the exterior door handle to see if it's locked. Stacey then walked back around the driver's side of the vehicle, where he got into the driver's seat and exited the area onto Southwest 8th at 3:24, 1 minute after arriving. Lisa, he has not been found yet. Video surveillance shows an adult male walking in the area of Three Rivers Way at 18:08. 6:08 on July 27th. That's the video where they show the guy walking, and I think they think it's Brandon. Nicole, I'll try to retrain my brain on that one. I just used it. Took me a second to calculate it in my brain, but I did it. No, I don't think they're Mormon. The same male is captured walking in the area of the splash pad at 6:18. The last image of the male is at 6:28. as he walked through the wooded area to the west, back towards the area in which the Wondras lived. So we have Miss Dorothy Starkey seeing Michael on the tricycle at 6:25. We have the image that looks like Brandon shirtless at 6:28, walking back to the Wondras. Brandon Shirtliff was identified in 2022 as being this person and told detectives during an interview that the surveillance video captured him as he was walking and searching for a missing child on the date that Michael disappeared. But guess what? Tyler hadn't called 911 yet. But Brandon says he's walking around looking for a missing kid. Tyler didn't even realize he was missing. Oh, boy. The video captured Brandon walking prior to Michael being reported missing. Brandon reported he was living with the Wondras on that date. On August 1st, 2021, Fruitland police contacted the residents at blank Fruitland. On their initial search of the residence, this is at the Wondras house, they located Adrian Lucien hiding in a closet. Now, Adrian is the fourth suspect. He has warrants out for his arrest. He is not in custody. Brandon Shirtliff is in custody, held on a probation violation charge. Stacey and Sarah Wondra are being charged with Michael's kidnapping and murder. So we really need this Adrian to contact law enforcement and tell them what he knows. So Adrian, who I've heard is 6'4". Tyler was walking around looking for Michael and telling people he was missing before he called police. Right. But this says that he walked back at 6:28. Tyler didn't realize Michael was missing until 6:45 to 6:50. So it's a tight time frame. But hiding in a closet, 6'4". Hey, True Crime Kate. Hiding in a closet. Residents of the home on that date and on July 27th, 2021, were identified as married couple Stacey and Sarah Wondra, and their sublets, Brandon Shirtliff and Adrian Lucien. All four of them were interviewed on August 1st, 2021. 4 days after Michael went missing. Adrian was vague in his statements and wouldn't commit to a solid statement. He also refused to provide a social security number for ID confirmation. He provided Stacey's phone number as his own and concealed his real phone number from law enforcement. On August 21st, Sarah reported that on July 27th, 2021, she and Stacey slept till noon. Sarah said they left their residence around 4 o'clock to tow a vehicle to Cuna. Sarah and Stacey denied that they were home at 6:30 on July 27th, 2021. It is a bit confusing with their statements because they're all liars, right? Cell phone tower data and surveillance footage show Stacey, Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon were in the area of their neighborhood at the time of Michael's disappearance. So again, liars. They're liars. They're criminals and they're liars. Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon returned to Fruitland, verified by surveillance, in Sarah's blue Toyota Corolla at 17:08 hours, which is 5:08, only to leave again at 17:12, which is 5:12, right? Then the Toyota came back in the neighborhood at 17:56. 5:56. So they come back in at 5:56. Michael goes missing somewhere between 6:15 and 6:30. Tyler realizes around 6:45, screams out, everybody's looking for Michael until about 7:21. They call 911 because they can't find him. Surveillance footage shows Sarah driving the maroon GMC on July 27th, 2021, as she drove out of the neighborhood at 19:08 hours. So at 7:08, she's driving the maroon GMC pickup out of the area. Stacey has been identified as the front passenger, and Brandon was the driver's side rear passenger. Sarah, Stacey, and Brandon's phone data showed that they were co-located as they left the neighborhood at 7:08 to drive to Kuna, Idaho. However, Adrian's phone did not provide any location data during the evening of July 27th, 2021. However, Adrian, this is going to creep you out, took a selfie in the guest bathroom at the Wondra residence at 7:26 p.m. Right. Adrian stays back alone, and the three of them leave the area in the maroon GMC pickup, allegedly with Michael. And this dude is taking a selfie, Koberger style. Sleuthy, I would love to know, what is your theory on these four suspects and what they did? You know what I mean? Like what their role was, because I have so many twisted, weird thoughts about who did what and what they're still hiding. Ugh. Hey, True Crime with Eve, thanks for sharing these docs with everybody. Okay, so now we're getting into some of the behaviors after Michael went missing. Following Michael's disappearance, Sarah had a distinct change in behavior. Following Michael's disappearance, Sarah began to stand along the highway near Love's gas station in Ontario, Oregon, with signs stating to, quote, repent your sins, and that the end of time was near, end quote. Sarah's social media posts on TikTok and Facebook also changed drastically to religion and asking for forgiveness of her sins. Prior to Michael's abduction, Sarah had posted only approximately 11 videos on TikTok in a 3-year time span. She only posted 11 videos prior to Michael going missing. Following Michael's abduction, she posted approximately 329 videos from September 15th, 2021 through December 24th, 2021. In TikTok videos Sarah posted, Sarah made testimony statements regarding her involvement in criminal behaviors and stated that she had broken all 10 of the 10 commandments. It should be noted that thou shalt not kill is one of the 10 commandments. Sarah also alleged in her videos that it did not matter what sins she had committed because God had forgiven her for all of them. Michael's missing person flyer can be seen on her refrigerator in the background in some of her videos. And that's what we're going to do right now. Someone just asked for pictures. I've got some of the videos that I wanted to show you guys of her behavior. So let's go here for a moment. And we're going to watch a few of these TikToks. This one here is from, that's October. Let's see. 10/9. 4/1. Okay, so this is 2 days after Michael was abducted. This is Stacey and Sarah.
Babe, what'd you say?
I feel exfoliated.
Exfoliating is exfoliating your skin.
Oh, well, I feel infoliated then.
There's no such thing as infoliated.
Well, there is now because I just made that shit up.
2 days. Oh, Pines, this did happen in Idaho. What's troubling me is after 4 years and these people allegedly confessing, Ellie went to multiple places and dug up an entire backyard and couldn't find a thing to corroborate Michael's body being there. Finding out all of the trafficking, I don't know what, like the mentions of trafficking and didn't. Is there a possibility? Have they?
Exfoliating is exfoliating your skin.
Oh, well, I feel infoliated then.
There's no such thing as infoliated.
Well, there is now because I just made that shit up.
Hey, Carly. Right. It says they were going to sell him for $10K, but then they suddenly killed him immediately, basically by accident. And True Crime Kate says, I think they accidentally killed him. And Mesera says, I think he died because of how they transported him. Yeah, the taxi business has always... I mean, I would have to think it was an accident if they were planning on selling him. Okay, this one is going to be from October 9th of 2021. Here we go. This is Sarah. because they have those pedos living next door and stuff. I just don't know what to think. You think the neighbors are involved, Eve? I feel like this is like some kind of ring. And like Adrian is like one of the lower guys. Because like, how did they even meet Adrian? I don't believe for a minute that it was a taxi ride. There's more to this. Oh, let me unmute it.
Thanks, God's really been working on my heart lately.
Hold on.
So I'm sorry, but crying 'cause God's really been working on my heart lately. But when I'm sorry, I'm really tired. I literally over the last 6 or 7 days, I think it was 7 days. Yeah, Saturday to Friday, drove like 3,500 or more miles.
Okay, now this is sus, right? She drove 3,500 miles. Why?
Self. I mean, we stopped obviously a few times to sleep, but a few times in a hotel and quite a bit of times on the road. But I don't know if you ever slept in a car. It's not very comfortable. You can't stretch out or anything. But anyway, that's not why I got on here. I got on here to tell you that tomorrow, Lord willing, you should always say that because really God could come rapture us at any time, or we could die in our sleep, or we're never guaranteed tomorrow. But Lord willing, if I am still here tomorrow, I would like to speak to you guys about some things on live. I'm gonna do a live. I'm not sure what time. I'd like to tell you a time so you knew, but I guess, I mean, everybody's in a different time zone. But I am going to be doing a live hopefully tomorrow. I say hopefully because of what I just said, but also because I'm really tired and I need some prayer, please, because I need prayer that the enemy doesn't distract me, that I stay walking in the Spirit. We gotta take our cross up daily, man. That's what he means. Like, you gotta choose to live every day for Jesus. Because you can wake up in the morning and do what you were doing like 2 years ago and not even think anything of it. Watch a TV show, or, you know, just completely distracted. It happens so fast. Like today. Yesterday I was walking the Spirit, or, well, it's 12 now, but, okay, well, for instance, because it's 12, 2 days ago I was walking the Spirit all day. And, like, I gotta tell you, some crazy stuff was happening. I gotta talk to a lot of people because of it. But then, like, yesterday I was so tired. I mean, I was doing my best to do that, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't, like, all day. So you gotta take your cross up every day and walk in the Spirit.
She's losing it. Now, here's a video of their backyard. We're going to let this one play as well.
So, this is April 13th, 2022. Me and my husband's anniversary. April 13th.
Now, you see the ground here? Here, let me show you. I hate these vertical videos. You can never get a good thing. But if you think about this, it was the summer of 2021 when Michael went missing. And then I heard something about them putting a grill over an area where the dog wouldn't stop digging. I don't see any holes. I see dead grass around here. I don't know if this grill, like, worked. I don't know.
13th. Do you see what that is? That is snow. Snow freaking way. So, this is April 13th, 2022. Me and my husband's anniversary. April 13th. Do you see what that is?
What I don't understand is why you would bury someone right here in your own yard. Like, I know they're stupid as fuck, but they moved this other grill over on top of an area where they said the dog was digging. It kind of is, Shell. Kind of is, huh? Okay, here's another one. This is from October 9th, 2021.
So, I wanted to talk to you about some of the sins that God has saved me from, because I make videos with authority, not from myself, but that every believer who is a disciple of the Lord has when they're speaking truth through only the Word of God. So what I mean is by that, is if you're taking something out of context, as a believer, I am to, and mind you, I'm not a teacher of anything, but if you're taking something out of context as a believer to another believer, I am to, in love.
What am I hearing in the background? Do you guys hear that in the background? It sounds like a kid. What's up, Lips?
To you about that in love. So I do that a lot.
What is that noise?
So I do that a lot. But about that in love. So
oh, it's a cat? Okay. That makes sense. Jesus. I'm like, what is that noise?
I do that a lot. But I want to put out there that I have been saved from a lot of sin. The reason why I trust in God so much is because I have so much to be saved from. For instance, I've committed robbery. Oregon, if you want to look that up. I've lied. I've cheated. I've hated my sister for a while. A long time I hated my sister, but God's helped me overcome that. I hated my brother for molesting me for a long time, and he's helped me overcome that. And
oh my God. Ugh, her brother molested her? I know, I was too, Lips. I really was. They found nothing that we know of. So there could be a lot more evidence. Now, you got to remember, the probable cause that we're reading is just the bare minimum to get an arrest. Hey, Brittany, what's up? Right, the piece of the dog toy. Yeah, we'll get to that. Mm-hmm. But I think that was from their house. I don't know. We'll get to that part.
I've hurt people. I've cheated on them. I've been divorced and remarried. So I'm an adulteress. Then again, I don't know.
Pines, yes. Drugs, for sure. Yeah, this is like a confession. She is so creepy. Why would you record this unless you had a guilty conscience or attention seeking? It's so odd. And I think we have to remember too that she only made like 11 videos in 3 years. And then all of a sudden she's like, making videos of confessionals. Not sure they found anything, but they did say multiple decomp dogs hitting the same spot in the backyard. The same spot Stacey said he was buried. Now, I hate talking about these details, but I asked about the dirt. But if he was in a duffel bag, like they said, there may not be, you'd still think there'd be evidence in the dirt. You would still think there would be evidence in the dirt.
Appreciate me or not, but that's not the point. I mean, I've committed so much sin that I know I hung Jesus on the cross with my sin, which that makes me a murderer because I killed the Lord God on a tree. And he still is willing to save me and work through me. I'm just grateful that I even get to even think about going to heaven. And he saved me from myself.
That's
truly
true. That's true. There could be more. You're right. Here's another one. All right, I'm not playing that music. Okay, here's one from 4/1 of 2022. Oh, she's not having a good day in this one. She's not having a good day at all. Hold on. Let me rewind here.
Sorry. It just hit me so hard. I don't deserve half the stuff I've been given. Not even anything, really. God just keeps blessing me and I don't deserve it. I can't pay it back. I owe everything to him.
All right, let's get back to the documents. To me, that says guilty as hell. Good to see you, breast cancer. Hey, Lana. I don't blame you, girl. This is hard to listen to. Good to see you, though. Thanks for popping in. Okay, let's get back to these. It is really weird to look back on this. Okay. Sarah was interviewed again by law enforcement on November 15th of 2021. So this is after the October videos we just watched. Stacey was also interviewed after being confronted with the photo of her leaving the neighborhood on July 27th, 2021, driving the GMC pickup at 7:08. Sarah changed her story and said she was driving the GMC to get Brandon's Mercedes-Benz from Cuna to tow it back to Fruitland. So here we have another story. Sarah said the trip to Cuna to get the car had not been previously planned, and that it was Stacey who wanted to go get that car at the time and date. Sarah said she stopped at Southwest 8th in South Arizona on the way out of the neighborhood to input the address into the GPS. Okay, so Eve is throwing in some details here. She said, I did listen to Sarah's competency hearing in 2023. They diagnosed her schizophrenic. And then she said that she was in that area with her church group, that she's seen a photo of it. Hey, S. Francisco. Sarah said she then drove to 2518 North Snowbell in Cuna, which is Brandon's mother's home. It is worth noting, Brandon was in the truck with them when they entered the GPS coordinates to go to his mother's house, and that Sarah and Brandon's cell phone showed them at the residence earlier that day. I think it has also come out that Sarah was sleeping with Adrian, Brandon, and her husband. This is some weird ass shit going on in this residence. Sarah said Brandon's mother, Tina Morale, was out of town. Hello, Mr. Cole. Good to see you, my favorite viewer. Sarah said Tina did not allow Brandon to have people in her home when she wasn't there. So Sarah and Stacey parked down the road. And Brandon used a back gate on the south side to enter Tina's residence so that her doorbell camera did not capture him there. Hello, Ray Grin. No, I love your interjections. Keep going, Eve. I want to get a full picture here. I want to know what you know. Hey, Flo. Hold on, I need a drink. In the car back to Fruitland, the tow strap broke. Stacey and Sarah sold their phones, lost or sold their vehicles. Lost? No, they did not, Sleuthy. Lost or sold their vehicles and got rid of their furniture shortly after Michael went missing. Tow strap. Not the toaster. The tow strap. Oh, repossession. That makes sense. I was like, what? Sarah was asking about changing her phones following Michael's abduction. Sarah provided 2 reasons. Sarah said they sold their phones because she and Stacey were splitting up, and Sarah said they sold their phones because a demon told her to. Sarah was still paying on the phones that she sold. Sarah was asked about her Facebook post and provided the following responses. Quote, I literally had like a demon tell me that I need to leave my husband. End quote. Here's another quote. I literally deleted all of my pictures. I have no idea of what my passwords are. We had a fight. My husband and I had to sell our phones, and we had to get new phones, and I can't access any of my stuff. So I do have Facebook, just don't have access to it right now. End quote. When asked about the vehicles Sarah and Stacey have, Sarah said the GMC pickup was repossessed. Sarah said she told Stacey when they heard the repo guys were coming to take the truck, quote, we are going to be the nicest repo they ever had today. End quote. Law enforcement was later told that the truck appeared to have been thoroughly cleaned prior to the repo. Hey, Mike. Salute. Following the interview on November 15th, 2021, Brandon reported Stacey and Sarah contacted him and told him they were re-interviewed about Michael's abduction. Brandon said Stacey suggested Brandon come over to their place and create an alibi or write a letter on behalf of Sarah and Stacey saying they were not involved in Michael's abduction. Create an alibi or write a letter. Tina Morale, Brandon's mother, was interviewed by law enforcement. Tina reported Brandon's behavior changed after he lived with the Wondras. Tina explained that Brandon became more depressed and withdrawn, spending more time playing video games and smoking marijuana. Tina would not tell law enforcement where Brandon was or what his phone number was at that time. Nice. Tina Morale, lock her up. That should be interfering with an investigation. Don't you guys think? Now we're going to get into Sarah's mother. Kay Ramsey, Sarah's mother, was interviewed and shown a picture of the tricycle described above. Kay claimed, now this is where it gets really weird. Kay claimed she found the tricycle in some bushes prior to Michael's abduction. The bushes that Kay described are near where Mr. Smith found the tricycle just after Michael's abduction. Yeah, did they? I don't know, Sleuthy. You would think. But she's saying she found it before, and then Mr. Smith found it after. Have a good day, Kraken. Enjoy your time. Kay said that would be the reason her DNA would be on the tricycle. Why would Kay's DNA be on the tricycle? They were lying to Tina, and when she found out, she got upset. But why would her DNA be on this tricycle? Hey, Deep Dark Disturbing. They did search Tina's home, you think? Kay said after all that effort, she left it at the intersection of Three Rivers Way and Southwest 8th Street. Kay was 73 years old in July of 2021, and the bushes were very difficult to get to. Yeah, what the hell does this lady know? The question is, though, was her DNA on the tricycle? And why is she placing her DNA possibly to be on that tricycle? I don't believe this at all. Right. Okay, so it's, again, let's read that again. Kay Ramsey was interviewed and shown a picture of the tricycle. Kay claims she found the tricycle in some bushes prior to Michael's abduction. The bushes that Kay described are where near Mr. Smith found the tricycle after Michael's abduction. And we know that Michael was seen at 6:25 p.m. riding his tricycle, and Dorothy Starkey saw him. So did Kay put the little tricycle out? Are all of these people involved? We heard Mr. Smith say how thorny those bushes were, that he didn't even go back and put it by the bushes. He put it behind the bluff sign. Another question is, why the hell is there a stroller in those thorny bushes? Have they done this before? What's the stroller in there for? I need to know why there's a stroller. Right. Why would they have him riding around the neighborhood so they could, I mean, if they had him right there at the house to give him the bike, why not just snatch him up? I don't understand. The tricycle is very confusing to me. How would Michael get across Southwest 8th and not be seen? Any cameras? Hi, Lindsay Hendricks. Right? She hid a gun for Sarah, so why wouldn't she lie now? Then you got Brandon's mom. Won't give his location or his phone number. And why do they have kid stuff at all? Doesn't make sense to me either. Okay, so she also confirmed, Kay did, to law enforcement that Stacey and Sarah's dog had dug holes in the backyard of the Red Wing residence. Kay reported the dog dug up what she later determined to be the ear of a green stuffed animal. Kay said she threw away the stuffed deer. The Wondras did babysitting? Oof, that don't sound good at all. Mm-mm. Who in the Sam hell would ever hire those people to babysit? You got to be out of your fucking mind. That's true, Sleuthy. I don't believe that anybody would leave their children with these people. Certainly not, right? I just don't, in this green stuffed animal, like, did Michael have a green? Are we looking for a green stuffed animal? Is he missing a green stuffed animal? I'm trying to understand the significance here. Yeah, I get that, Sunflower. I just can't get down with why they'd let him ride around in the wide open. And at what point did they snatch him? At that point, you know what I mean? How did he go from 6:25 p.m., where Dorothy Starkey sees him riding the tricycle, to being gone? Kay Ramsey is alleged to have withheld evidence or information in other criminal investigations involving Sarah in 2022. So she's done more than just conceal a firearm. She's withheld information and or evidence in other criminal investigations in 2022. So there's a lot that Kay has done to cover for her daughter. It's not just a gun thing. See that? She is alleged to have withheld information and or evidence in other criminal investigations involving Sarah in 2022. Then Kay initially concealed a firearm used in an aggravated assault in which Sarah was later convicted. They don't say what these other criminal investigations are. So when law enforcement met with Sarah on October 12th, 2022, Sarah said God told her he was going to help her find the boy. My suggestion, Lindsay, honestly, I kind of recapped it in the beginning, is to go back and play me on like 3 times because I talk so slow. I think that would be the best way to get caught up because it's a lot of players. It's kind of confusing. Okay, so when law enforcement met with Sarah on October 12th, which we just watched those TikToks, that's the same time frame, Sarah said God told her he was going to help her find the boy. During the interview, at the first mention of Michael, Sarah became emotional and broke down crying in front of the detective. Sarah wrote a testimony that said that if law enforcement read it, they would locate Michael. Sarah suggested God had forgiven Hitler for his sins. What? Sarah suggested God had forgiven Hitler for his sins, that God had redeemed Sarah for her sins. Yeah, I really want to know about this timeline of Brandon walking, because we see him by himself. He's walking by himself back to the Wondras at 6:28, but Michael's riding the tricycle at 6:25. Make it make sense. Why wasn't Michael on camera riding the tricycle? Christy Kutch told detectives that prior to Sarah's arrest, April of 2022, she made a statement about Stacey being involved in the abduction of a 5-year-old boy. Christy said she made personal notes of their conversation. So I don't know who Christy Kutch is, but she's telling officers that that Sarah told her that Stacey was involved in the abduction of a 5-year-old boy. In June of 2022, there was a recorded jail call between Sarah and Christy, where Sarah advised Stacey had been arrested. Christy asked if he had been charged with the kidnapping of a 5-year-old boy. Sarah recanted her prior statements, claiming that Christy misunderstood her prior comments. Also mentioned was how Sarah's dog was digging large holes in the backyard. Well, that's true, Sunflower. Why would Brandon say he was searching for a kid when Monkey wasn't even missing yet? I don't know. We need a flow chart. So this must be a friend of Sarah's, this Christy. How reliable is she? You know, and then you got to wonder about these people who like make statements about this kind of, you know, incriminating stuff because they get these kind of people hang out with these kind of people. So what if, you know, someone's going to be in trouble for something else and they're like, oh, hey, I know something about Sarah Wondra. Like, how can you trust any of these? Who's Christy Kutch? Right, but no one knew he was missing until 6:45. Oh, that's her adopted mom? Okay, this is wild. Okay. Her first adoptive mom. So who's Kay? She's another adopted mom? Christ. Okay. Christy Kutch. Kay adopted her when she was around 7. So that's what I'm not. I guess he was knocking on the neighbors' doors at between 6:15 and 6:30. I don't know. They all told him to go home. And who sees a 5-year-old riding a tricycle alone in the road and just drives past him? I don't think I could do that. I think I'd stop and make sure that, you know, they weren't far away from home or something. 5 is really little. 5 is really little, especially running to your door. Like, I wouldn't just say, Michael, go home. Like, I don't know. I don't like any of it. Like, how many RSOs are in this neighborhood? Has anybody ever looked? Right. I would stop and look around and like be like, is mom near? Or you don't believe that Dorothy saw him? Why would she lie? Or do you think it was another kid? It is very young. And he was very little. I mean, look at him. He's so little. Maybe it was normal. Right. I mean, how many RSOs? Their neighbor was an RSO, Ossian as well. His mom was at work. Isn't there one neighbor? I think it was could have been a target just for the neighbors. Then you got 4 creepazoids living in horrible thing. And people get comfortable. Yes, it happened fast too. So maybe there was a time of day. If I don't know if Brandy had like a certain schedule. Yeah, he was changing that, you know, of how they can to see it. Your diaper. I'm sure they confirmed that he ordered pizza too. Had a lot. 40. How then around the neighbors the like that didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, fuck, plan went awry. That Sam showed yesterday, and it looks like he's involved in more than drugs. Thanks, Tobeans. What would they think would happen putting him in a duffel bag in the back of the truck? I got to tell you, I know this is not something we really want to think about. Hey, Twinkle. Stacey provided vague details about events surrounding Michael's abduction. Vague. He contacts the Stacey provided vague details about events surrounding Michael's abduction. Vague. He contacts the police and he's vague. Looking for a deal? Stacey said Sarah's religious beliefs and behavior changes started within a couple of days after Michael's abduction. After Sarah's arrest for an unrelated incident, Stacey spoke of changing phones and or SIM cards to prevent law enforcement to follow or profile him. On November 10th, 2022, Stacey again asked to speak with Fruitland police. Stacey wanted a, quote, deal. I knew it. That's the same offer that was given to Sarah in the Michael Vaughn case. Why are they given offers? Stacey admitted Michael had been in his house the night of Michael's abduction. Stacey admitted the tricycle had been in his garage, where Kim Elko had previously described seeing it. Stacey then said that when he first saw Michael, Sarah was carrying Michael into their home. Okay, this is where the details get awful. This is a warning that the details here are awful. Stacey said when he first saw Michael, Sarah was carrying him into their home. Stacey said Michael was put into a duffel bag to transport him out of their house and to Brandon's house in Cuna. Stacey and Sarah was frantic trying to figure out what to do, and Brandon interjected, quote, "I have a duffel bag," end quote. Okay, so what happened between the time she carried him into the house and they put him into a duffel bag? They were driving out of the neighborhood a little bit after 7. Michael was seen on the tricycle at 6:25. That is a very small time frame. Stacey described Michael as crying, and to prevent him from moving or making noise, Stacey described how Sarah taped Michael using duct tape. So all by herself. Not only did she use duct tape to stop him from making noise, which would be the mouth, but it also says from moving. That explains how they got him in the fucking bag. These sick fuckers, man. To prevent him from moving or making noise, Stacey described how Sarah taped him using duct tape. When asked who put Michael in the bag, Stacey said Brandon grabbed the bag and gave it to Sarah. So, Stacey described Michael was wiggling while trying to get away. As bad as this is, it's going to get worse as more comes out. This is the tip of the iceberg. When asked who put Michael in the bag, Stacey said Brandon grabbed the bag, gave it to Sarah. Sarah picked up Michael as Adrian helped hold both sides of the bag open. As they shoved Michael in the duffel bag, Stacey described Michael was wiggling, trying to get away. Stacey said he could see Michael in the bag with his knees bent up in the fetal position, while describing and demonstrating how Michael was taped and stuffed into a duffel bag in his living room. Stacey had a physical reaction and began violently vomiting. When asked if he was vomiting because of the chewing tobacco he was using, he indicated that he was throwing up because of the stress of talking about Michael. Wasn't Stacey in jail? Why was he using chewing tobacco? Right. There's a huge chunk of this story that we're missing. Hey, Jeep Girl. Hey, no. Why? Right. Why would you abduct a child, bring him home, and within 30 minutes kill him? I mean, Stacey provided 2 reasons why they stopped in the GMC at the corner of Southwest 8th and South Arizona in Fruitland. 1, for Stacey to put power steering fluid into the vehicle, and 2, so Brandon could check to see if Michael was still alive, because Michael was bound with duct tape and stuffed into a duffel bag in the bed of the truck. So you put him in the bed of the truck and you stop like a minute away from your house after you leave to see if he's still alive? A quote said he was able to hear Michael making noises like a, quote, dull scream, end quote. Stacey said they were worried about being seen because they saw a car parked off of South Arizona. Stacey said they drove straight to Brandon's mother's house in Kuna, Idaho, where Brandon grabbed both bags. Okay, so now we have 2 bags. The duffel containing Michael and a backpack, and went into the house by himself. Stacey said once they arrived in Kuna, Michael was not making any more noises, and none of them had checked on Michael to verify that he was still alive. Stacey said Brandon told him he left Michael in the bag and put him in the spare room inside his mother's house. They then towed Brandon's car back to Fruitland. Stacey said that Sarah, Brandon, and Adrian went to Kuna the next day to get Michael. The 3 of them brought Michael's body back to their house in Fruitland. He stated that he was inside. Brandon was on guard, and Sarah and Adrian dug the hole together. Stacey reported he did not previously report this information because he thought he would still get into trouble and he was fearful of Sarah hurting him. Hey, Jammers. In an interview, Stacey stated that Michael had a stuffed animal. Quote, some sort of a stuffed animal. I want to say like a dinosaur or a monkey. End quote. And, quote, what I saw was a monkey, was a green, and looked like a green monkey, end quote. In one interview, Stacey advised the lime green monkey was a dog toy, and he and Sarah gave Michael to keep him quiet while he was sitting on the couch in their living room. No. This doesn't make sense. Like Michael's going to sit there after being taken, scared, squirming, trying to get away, and they give him a fucking dog toy and he's just sitting on the couch. Well, nope, not today. This is just a probable cause. There's more evidence. We just don't know it yet. This isn't all there is. True Crime with Eve says, Kay told me that dog, or that toy was a dog toy. Hey, Melissa Hex. I think that we need to go through and do a watch through of all Stacey's interviews in like chronological order. They have not found him, no. So they're saying that this fucking dog toy kept him quiet while he was on the couch in the living room. I'm not buying that. No fucking green dog toy is going to keep a 5-year-old quiet on your couch. You're lying. Additionally, Stacey stated that the idea to take a child and sell for money was Adrian's, and they would get a $10,000 cut. Gran. Could be. No, Stacey did not watch Monkey. They didn't know each other. They may have more, though. Nope, not today. I try to have faith in that. Yeah, Anna, and that part reminds me of Letitia Stalk traveling to Florida to discard of Gannon. Horrible. It does to me too, Sin. I mean, this Stacey Wondra is a career criminal. The dude's a loser. You can't believe anything he says, you know? Okay, so additionally, Stacey stated the idea to sell a child was Adrian's. They would get a $10,000 cut. So does that mean per person, overall? Like, what does that even mean? Stacey was asked if Sarah, like a $10,000 cut out of what? Stacey was asked if Sarah provided any direction throughout any part of this. Stacey said that Sarah asked him and Brandon to, quote, follow her lead, which was to take the kid. Stacey recalled that most of the conversation at that point was Sarah trying to figure out what they were going to do. Sarah had asked Brandon, quote, where we should put the body. And Brandon was like, well, you guys can take him over to my house and we'll deal with it. And that will buy us some time. Following his interview with law enforcement, Stacey called his mother. So enter in another mother. Right. I just can't follow my lead. Stacey called his mother, Tamara Johnson, from the Washington County Jail on a video visit. Tamara asked Stacey if Michael was alive. Stacey shook his head, no, and said, Sarah accidentally killed him. Tamara asked, how? Stacey said, suffocation, and went on to say, they buried him in a duffel bag. Now, this dude knows all these calls are recorded. I'm seeing you guys. You guys don't think that, you think there's more people involved? Or, I mean, who do you think did something to him? Do you think he's still alive? Our jail staff. And you, yeah. That during some, it should be noted that during some part of Stacey's incarceration, wrote an apology. After his interview and phone call to his mother, Stacey wrote an apology letter to Michael's parents, then attempted to hang himself in his jail cell, but was rescued by Washington County jail staff. And you guys think he's innocent? He wrote an apology letter to Brandy and tried to hang himself? Yeah, I don't think this guy's innocent at all. Innocent people don't do that. I mean, that's some heavy guilt. It should be noted that during some part of Stacey's incarceration at the Washington County Jail, prior to his confession and directions on where to find Michael's body, Sarah was out of custody and living back at the house on Red Wing. As evidenced by her being there when law enforcement arrived to execute the search warrant, Stacey could have had the time and ability to remove any evidence from the property without Stacey's knowledge. So Stacey's saying that Michael was still in the ground last he knew at their house. So they execute this search warrant. In June of 2022, Sarah calls his mother, Kay Ramsey, from jail and spoke about spouses being able to testify against each other. Okay, but a confession is different than writing an apology letter to a mother and then attempting to hang yourself. In my eyes, anyways. A confession, being in an interrogation room and confessing is different than writing an apology letter to the family of the boy who went missing. That was not forced on him as far as I'm reading. He did that out of his own free will. They're lucky he rescued him. So he's saying you can find his body in the yard. In June of 2022, she calls her mom. She's in jail, and she's expressing concern that Sarah was going to turn on Stacey. Or wait, in a recorded phone call from the Washington County Jail to Sarah. Okay, this is confusing as fuck. Sarah calls her mom and talks about spouses being able to testify against each other. Then, in a recorded phone call from the Washington County Jail to Sarah, Stacey expressed concern that Sarah was going to turn on Stacey. I know, I want to know what that letter says as well. It's evidence. And then Stacey then reassured Sarah he'd never testify against her. As a search warrant was executed on their home on November 12th, 2022, Stacey described the exact location as to where to find Michael buried in the backyard of the residence. Exact location. Yeah, the trip to Texas is very sus. He instructed detectives through the video chat. Sarah Wondra, who was located in the residence at the time, was detained. This is the video we saw, yes. As officers read to her the search warrant, Sarah made several strange statements. Wow, that is a lot. I definitely did not kill that boy. The Most High God already told me who did it, so... Oh, wow. The Most High God just told me that Stacey was the one who killed him, and he buried him in the yard of Carson's house. Now, Carson is a neighbor who is a registered sex offender, correct? She also said that the Most High God told her Stacey was the one that killed him, and he buried him. The Most High God just told me that Stacey was the one who did it. He wants me to make sure you understand that I had nothing to do with it. He said that Stacey buried him in the backyard by the shed. It wasn't actually Stacey who harmed the boy. As officers started to search the residence, Sarah asked several times if the officers had, quote, found him yet. They did test the ground, but we don't know the results of that. Idaho State Police and Ada County Sheriff's Office assisted with the execution of the search warrant at the Wondra residence, along with 5 separate certified cadaver canines. 5 cadavers. Prior to officers digging in the backyard of the Wondra residence, cadaver canines were deployed and alerted in the backyard of blank of their house. A total of 5 certified cadaver canines were deployed. Or wait. Yes, and all 5 alerted on the... Okay, wait, hold on. I'm getting confused now. A total of 5 certified cadaver canines were deployed and all 5 alerted inside the Wondra backyard in the approximate area of where Stacey claimed he witnessed Sarah and Adrian bury Michael. Neither Michael nor any human remains were located during the execution of the search warrant. Prior to excavating the backyard, law enforcement noted there were several areas in the yard that appeared to be filled in with dirt and resodded. Kay and Ed Ramsey reported they had filled in areas of the yard where Sarah and Stacey's dog had dug holes. At various interviews after the disappearance of Michael, Stacey was asked what happened to his and Sarah's cell phones from July of 2021. Stacey said Sarah wanted to, quote, detract attention so we are not on the radar, end quote. And that the reason they sold the phones, and that was the reason they sold the phones. When asked if there was evidence of the crime on these phones, Stacey said there were text messages. Okay, get the records. Investigation revealed that the Wondras changed their phones approximately 3 times in a 5-month period. Stacey described purchasing SIM cards to put in the cell phone to evade law enforcement. The GMC pickup was subsequently repossessed for non-payment. Stacey then called Kim's Cars, wanting the truck back or to borrow it. He also told them to, quote, hurry up and sell it. Okay. Stacey further advised that they sold the Lexus they had at the time Michael was abducted. Within a few weeks of Michael's disappearance, the Wondra's iCloud data revealed Stacey and Sarah searched for rental houses in other states and financial assistance in different areas. Additionally, a photo of items boxed up was taken on July 30th, 2021, as if they were preparing to move. Okay. Were the items boxed up before Michael's disappearance, though? We don't know that. We just know on the 30th, there were boxes. In summation, Stacey confessed that the 4 members of the household, Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shurtleff, and Adrian Lucienne, were all involved in the abduction and killing of Michael Vaughn. Their home is in the neighborhood adjacent to the home where Michael lived and was last seen. The neighbor, Dorothy Starkey, saw Michael riding a tricycle near the Wondra home at the time Michael went missing. That same tricycle was seen in the Wondra garage prior to the abduction. That tricycle was discarded outside of the neighborhood off a bluff after Michael went missing. Kay Ramsey, Sarah Wondra's mother, claimed to have found it and moved it to the entrance of the neighborhood, which is refuted by the fact that another neighbor, unrelated to the case, claims to have found it and placed it there. Kay's story, did anybody check on this Jim Schmidt story? I mean, I'm sure they did. No. Never took the wheel off. I don't know. I don't understand this whole story. Kay's story also does not account for the fact that the tricycle was in the house before being discarded and before Michael went missing. Live scent track dogs were deployed, and the only house they showed interest in was the Wondra house. That same dog showed interest in the area where Michael went missing from and the area where the tricycle was discarded. Based on the foregoing, your affiant is requesting that Stacey Wondra be charged with kidnapping and murder in the first degree, as well as the concealment of evidence. Apparently, Jim's story holds up. Okay, so Mr. Tomato Head, that's a great question. The timeline is like this. Between 6 and 6:15, Michael slips out of the house and starts going to neighbors looking for someone to play with. 6:25, Dorothy Starkey sees him on the pink tricycle over by the Wondra's home. Brandon Shirtliff is seen on camera, I think it's 6:27 or something like that, walking in the neighborhood, and he said he was walking around looking for a missing child. So Michael was not missing yet. Dad was still in the house doing whatever, changing the diaper, whatever he was doing in there. He didn't even realize that Michael had slipped out. I mean, I'm sure that could have been another kid, but I mean, she's saying that it was him, and it's in the sworn affidavit. So now, is Stacey, or Sarah rather, is hers the same? Jesus Christ, I was a muted cooter. I don't even know what I said. I can't even go back and do it. Thank you for letting me know, Ray. I'm just sitting here chatting away. But that's the end of that. But what I want to know is why Sarah Wondra has a probable cause affidavit, but she hasn't been charged. These probable cause affidavits were written back in June of this year. So what's the deal? You know, I don't know. But that's the end of that. And I'm glad that this all kind of came together today a little bit. Starting with John's interview with Wondra and then going into Monkey's case. And I hope that I, brought a lot of people to Monkey's case because it's important. It's important because they've been waiting a long time. Jingo. We played Jingo earlier. All right, guys. It's been a long stream. It's been over 5 hours. Thank you for spending your Friday afternoon with me. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. But yeah, it's a horrible story to even hear and listen to. Hopefully we'll get more answers. Keep the Vaughn family in your prayers and in your thoughts. And we'll continue covering this on J4J. But the next thing with Hidden True Crime, I think, is going to be diving into that Mormon stories. Yeah, Justice for Monkey. Thank you, Jammers. Yeah, it's a little still convoluted, even when you hear it, talked through. The whole thing stinks. Absolutely, positively fabulous. Fabulous. Thank you. And Belinda, enjoy the rest of your birthday. Penny, enjoy the rest of your day. And his sister. And I think he has a brother as well. I don't know. Thanks, positively fabulous. Fabulous. All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live streaming here tomorrow on Saturday. But let's get in the Cooter DeVille and say goodbye for now. Let's do it. Justice for Monkey. Let's get these creepos off the screen. All right, let's run our credits, and I will see you guys in the next one. Let's do this. Thank you again for being here. I appreciate you guys a lot.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille. I saw the dreadlocks over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill. Way down in Cootersville. Okay.
Check out the screen. If you got it on the big screen, you might just see your name up there today if you were a new subscriber. If you generously donated to the channel, or if you are a new Cooter in Cooterville. Thank you for being here again. And everybody, stay safe. Have a good Friday night. Don't get in any trouble. Stay out of trouble. Look at Farty Marty up there. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.